There we go. Now we got the sound. Okay, we still have to do something in base before we just go in there. There we go. Oh, whoops. I need to change them. Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm sorry, I have no idea how to speak your name. Okay, we can rotate this one out. There we go. This should be fixed. And then let's just finish this Arknights story. That I will never ever have to read it again. Hurricane? Yeah, hurricane. Candy cane. No, hurricane. Thank you. Okay, I haven't logged in today for Arknights. It is pretty long. Can I level someone that I mean, I leveled Viviana. She only needs her skills, so there's no need to... I mean, you gotta be a little bit creative if it's not possible, right? Finding creative ways is very important. Yes, I have a full glass and like a 50% of a water bottle. I mean, not the normal water bottle, but the big water bottle. There we go. Yeah, my voice is still not, it's kind of raspy, but it's still able to sing, talk, kind of okay-ish, but could be worse. Okay, let's just upgrade this one. We're leveling a lot of 4 stars as well. The reason is this because if we are E2ing a character, we need every single stats that we have or can have. This is the opportunity to have our characters upgraded. Okay, we got this. It's not, I mean, it's not completely, but we can fix that later. Okay, we are not going to use this, otherwise we are losing a lot of LMD. Since we're almost done with Perfumer. Okay. What can I do? I mean, I really want to level Vandella, but I need to level Provisio first for her LMD skills. And she's not a healer, I mean, she's support. There we go. She has a module though, a Dazzle Binder, but all we need to do is her base. Nice skins though. I really want the skin for Pajamka, but she hasn't come back in the item. No. It's more like I got her recently during Lapland altar, but I didn't have the time to level her. But I just didn't have the time. I will wait until I get an E2 ticket for 5 stars. Then I know it's a waste of money, but it's like the only way for me to actually upgrade my operators to get their base skills. And you know, maybe because I like Typhon. Yeah, I still need to have at least the first one, but nah, M6 is the best. No need to go for M9. Unless there's someone like Pepe. Then for some reason I have her M9. Wait, hold on. There we go. I somehow have her M9 here. Even it's like the most basic attack. But I was doing it for the negative status, so I guess it's something. Okay, let's just put this in default. Okay, it's time for me to suffer through this event. There's 9, I mean, unofficially there's 10, but then there's so much text. So I will also not be talking too much because my voice is getting better, but I do not want to sacrifice before the end. Oh, nice. I mean, the first time that this event came, or the rerun, like me. Spec annihilation and creation. I mean, for now we can't just pick the normal, right? Bagpipe and flintail. Ah, congratulations! I mean, both of them are fine, since this is my rerun too. Oh, this is... No! Oh, I have to make a screenshot. No, I have to make a screenshot of this. This is the best pajama I ever seen. Now hold on. There we go. Okay, let me show you around my room. I do like one here is lower. I mean, both of them are lower end. I mean, they're longer. But the rest of her hair came to the side because she is leaning towards the right. Yeah, definitely. I mean, to be fair, I used to have long hair too. But I had to cut it because it came really in the way of my jacket. Leonie. Oh, she is smiling too. This is so precious. Protect Viviana of all costs. I mean, come on. It makes me so much smiling. Okay, that's not good grammar, English, but still fine. As shy and lazy as Stormland's sun is, it never feels too dark in here, even on the cloudiest days. Okay, I wish I could see what Vivian is saying. Glenlossie, botanical garden. Mutti. Some Bordevalian claw vines work their way up here. There. It's probably too tall to get up onto the roof to trim them, so the staff just let them grow. And now they're covering the entire thing. Oh, stop giving me more details about how it looks. I mean, to be fair, I want to see it. I want to get it being described. But I wish there was a picture. Whenever I talk, there's still some rasp, and there are maybe small coughs here and there. But it is getting better. It took me like a total of 6 painkillers to help me to get better. I should have gotten more, yes, but I was lazy. And every time I drink those painkillers, I had to eat something. Otherwise, I will starve myself. I wonder who Vati and Mutti is. Can you share those stories with me? Of Mutti and Vati. The day Marigold Alley, when he waited for her? Vati said he was determined to say goodbye to her, but once he saw her, he couldn't bring himself to turn and go. Vivian, if 2 hands are destined to join, why let the lance come between them? Oh, so cheesy. Anyway, Vati brought Mutti back to Stormland. Yeah. I mean, after when this whole arc is done, I will finally try to finish Danganronpa as well, since that's also a lot of visual novel. Werner von Hochberg protected his love like a hero from a storybook. They were married with the blessings of everyone around them. Viviana von Hochberg, your birth too, won the blessing of all. Wunderbar. Ah, yeah, oh, Noah Violet, welcome to the stream. Oh, what was that? Viviana, this is a wonderful life. Is that Leonie? The door is open. Oh, they don't see Viviana. Oh. Are you here for the carpet? Fraulein Droste, please step aside. It's a masterpiece by a Mignoниan craftsman. Very comfortable under my feet, and the image of the lake and white walls are so vivid. I can almost feel the wind blowing when I look at it. Mutti loved this carpet. She worked long and hard, scribing so many poems for others, just to be able to buy it. When she left Zwillingstürme, she didn't bring much luggage with her, but she did bring this carpet, so it would sell for a bit of money. You have to understand the dame. The spire is otherwise empty. Your room is the last decent thing in the place. If she could help it, the dame wouldn't touch a thing in here. But since Kurfürst Werner's death, she has been troubled by all sorts of people. She sold everything that she could be sold. You're due to go study in Colombia, which takes no small amount of coin. She hopes you won't have to live in poverty abroad. But I could always not go. That won't do, Fraulein. You ought to leave Stormland, to leave Lithuania. Ah, hello, Rain. Welcome to the stream. The dame said as much to go to Kurfürst 2 years ago, but it's the only reason he gave the nod. You ought to set out soon, lest he change his mind. What about Mutti? Can she come with me? The dame had Kurfürst's beck and call. She must remain in the spire. I should speak to Uncle Child. Fraulein, he may be your parental uncle, but he is not Kurfürst of Stormland. Yes, I did play Repo yesterday. Just 2 years after late Kurfürst Werner took the seat, he was assassinated while touring the domain. His marriage to the dame offended a lot of people, and some speculated it was Child himself. Wait. Nix? I cannot remember who Nix was again. Oh, I have, oh, yeah, Kachan, yeah, I remember. Yeah, I was playing yesterday with a group of people. Yeah, I was playing. It was more like really. Okay, where was I? Yeah, the guy was assassinated and speculated by his uncle. Leonie, I have a question, and I'm not sure who to ask. Go ahead. If Mutti and Vati lived an ordinary life, a commoner's life, we could have been happy. Fraulein, you always been sort of a girl who thinks the things they are. You know what's going on. Pack your things. put your beloved books and art collection in that rotten box there. I will take care of the carpet and come back to put the rest in order. The Elfia girl looks at the city. They say the roof of the Glassy garden is beautiful, but what there is appreciated when the night shrouds all. Frau Giallo? It seems I can't really hear the voices anymore. No obvious wounds on you. Could your hearing be impaired? No, it's just much quieter than I'm used to. Even as you're standing right in front of me, I still feel so distant from you. Oh, this is a little better? Maybe I should speak louder? No, that's not it. Let me take you somewhere nearby to rest. The ones chasing you should be far away by now. Come, I will help carry the cello. Why are you gripping it so tightly? Your fingers are turning white. It must be very important to you. It's my eyes, my ears, my voice, and my heart. I'm ashamed to admit it, but there is a time when I was even afraid of it. Oh? It took me some time to learn how to get along with it. Oh, Frau Giallo and Federico. Or Giallo as well. Soro, why are you sitting in the dark corner with the lights out? Amita Luciana doesn't know you have come back. What do you mean, what? It's more like this. Why did you skip cello practice after rowing in the park? Oh, I'm sorry. I seems to have kicked your cello. The instrument is expensive. If I damage it, I have the money to compensate you. Oh, Frau Giallo and Herr Federico. Here, Frau Giallo is Arturia. So it must be Herr Giallo for Federico. Hide it anywhere you like. The study, the attic, and storage. You can even throw it away. Are you crying? You played another piece you hadn't mastered yet. I don't know. As soon as I draw my bow across the string, I hear voices. So many voices. Yeah, I mean they're family. They are real voices trapped in the bodies of men and women. They want to come out, and I should help them. But they are too loud, too chaotic. So many crying voices, laughing, whispering, ferociously complaining. They all surge together. They are so loud, Fede. I can hardly breathe. Are you unwell? Should I get Amita Lucinia? I just need some quiet. Two black halos. I find it interesting that only those two are black. I mean, you either have like a pink halo, the Spuria, and you have white halos. And that's the only three colors that I have seen so far. I haven't seen a green halo. I haven't seen a blue halo. Didn't even see a red one. Okay, maybe the blue one is the upcoming 6th anniversary, but that's a different story. The song comes far from the shore. Are you singing? It's a folk song popular with buskets on the street. Got a nice sound to it, but I'm a little tone deaf. When Jan would come home after being bullied, I would confront him with his song. Thank you. You mentioned this street just now. Oh yeah, Carl Smith Street. The people of Zwillingstürme also call it Marigold Alley. Senor Schuler, you haven't answered my question. According to the records of Zwillingstürme Im Freiherr Finn engaged in combat with the subject to stop a kidnapping on Carl Smith Street in the autumn of 1085. The Baron was injured and unconscious for a period. When he awoke, both the suspect and the abducted Caprian woman, 27-year-old Julia Schuler, were missing. Loris Borden took over the case and conducted a series of investigations, finding no promising leads. He found the Baron's testimony suspicious, with the only certainty being that the Baron was the last person to see you. He strongly believed that a secret lay hidden within, something like the Witch King later experiments on the infected civilians, and that you have become the target of the Baron. But under the pressure from above, the Granamaya halted any subsequent investigation and closed the case as an accidental disappearance. Loris Borden took the case file back to his resident, and over the course of 15 years it has grown increasingly thick. He never gave up investigating the truth and never gave up looking for you, despite several clues indicating that Julia Schuler was already deceased. You have just informed me that this here is Carl Smith Street. In other words, you came to the Genesis Horn posthumously and currently exist as a form of consciousness. In your cognition, you have never left the scene of the incident. So please tell me, what exactly happened in the course of that incident? This is indeed Marigold Alley. We are standing in front of the piano studio at the intersection. Oh, Herr Executor, we have wasted so much time. I really have to place these art devices in the proper places. Quickly! No, I haven't completed all the levels yet. I am playing the story and the game at the same time. Otherwise, I will be lazy, and I just don't want to go back anymore. Since it takes a lot of time, might as well just do it at the same time, all of them. Those masked men will be coming soon. Oh, I think this is just before the incident. What Executor is talking together with Julia. Do you mean say the Witch King remains appear at the various locations in Kerkerik? According to some knowledgeable set of rules. Oh, they are the Witch King remains? No, they are not the ones in reality. Showing chaos in the name of the Witch King. What you see have a manifestation of the Witch King craft. The echoes of her in the Witch King in a truer sense. It seems that she doesn't really know. It's like a twisted sense of reality. I think this is the best way to describe this dimension. Klangenhofen, to follow the sounds. That's the way to see the Witch King. Why would the Witch King be in Zwillingstürme? Although I suppose it makes sense. I'm already dead, and the Witch King is too. So we're in the same place. That's logical enough. It will also explain all these strange happenings. Perhaps, having lost the sound of music, I can no longer perceive what you see in your eyes. Why do you still call this place Zwillingstürme? True, fair enough. Are you blind too? Frau Kialo, do you see the instrumenten? Yeah, music instruments. The what? Arturo looks in the direction of the Caprian woman is pointing and sees nothing but fake light and shadows. Thank you very much. Let me Rijk Music Hochschule has towers, the muziekinstrumenten, but only 11. It's the most famous landmark of Bachhof. Each spire of the Royal Academy is inspired by a musical instrument and was named for upon the completion. There are 11 instruments where Herr Bach presides over his glorious capital project. A grand urban plan, he added 11 more. Oh wow. So that means it needed at least to have like 12 instruments. I mean 22, my bad. Instrument spires corresponding to the 22 districts of Zwillingstürme, like a perfect symphony orchestra. Ah, you know your stuff. Yeah, but there's only 11 music instruments to hear. It's not the Raikconnect of Zwillingstürme, but that of the rich king's time. Behind this is a tilted spire, circular, the color of jade. It doesn't really look like jade, it looks more like blackish. Their schiefer termed the Eeuwigheid, the leaning tower of eternity. Ah, no, never mind. Eeuwigheid. Instead of the H, it's the K, so it's called Eeuwigheid. It was originally the spire of some curvers or another. It began to lean due to changes in the strata, and the support of the magnificent arch of the spire caster and maintain its baffling tilt without collapsing. This miracle of Lithuanian architecture was destroyed during a catastrophe 4 centuries ago. 4 centuries is 400, right? Not only that, I see der Wiener Earthem, das auf den Kopf gestellte Strafgebäude, die Tür des Wissen der schönen Brüten. Okay, I really tried. Countless spires of different eras, forms and functions. I only read about them in books, or heard them in stories from my elders. But here, they all stand. This isn't Zwillingstürme. It's not Venedian either. I think the most proper name would be Lithuanian. The only part that feels familiar is the marigold alley beneath my feet. At the intersection spits a piano studio. At the end of the street is an art gallery. And right in the middle is my cafe. I'm glad they are still here. I rediscovered them. Here I can still live just the way I used to. So unfamiliar as this place is, I would still rather call it Zwillingstürme. Maybe you haven't rediscovered your old life. No, that is because your life is that you came to be here. To be fair, this is definitely a different place, so it's definitely a different Julia. The only 9 music instruments left. When did the klavierterm and the waldhorn term vanish? Herr Vermont is right. The Genesis horn is accelerating its collapse. Mevrouw Gielle, do you see it now? The unseen spire. They're definitely unseen because we don't know where to see it.
All operators must maintain
I dislike this part already. I mean, I can place Vanguard, that's no problem. It's more like, what the heck am I supposed to do with this, guys? Okay, we're starting here. See my epic fails soon. This part is interesting since all of them. Oh, it's like an 8. Nah, never mind. This is the only part that triggers me. You need to know where this, hold on, annihilation. Where the heck is the other part?
Forward. Any instructions?
Okay. No, you gotta stay vigilant. Especially what I am capable of failing the most easiest stages. Don't forget about that. Ooh, this is kind of sad. We're kind of forced to hit them. Oh, fudge.
Yielding is not an option.
Oh, you're kidding me, right? Yeah. I told you, the easiest stages are for me the easiest to fail. Okay. This is just a warm-up. It's the beginning of the week. Okay, I'm going to drink. Don't forget to hydrate. Oh, speaking of the devil! No, this is a perfect timing.
ETA 6 miles. Hostile sighted. Over. A new challenge.
Oh shoot, we need a healing. Okay, there we go. We need to deal with that guy. And now we have time to protect this part.
Forward. Feels fresh. Losing sight.
Okay, this is really terrifying. Because one attack can't kill me. If we're not paying attention, so yeah. Okay, Viviana deals with the bottom.
Any instruction like a shooting star. That's what they say. Poesie ist Stoff aus
That could be. I mean, it's easy mode, right? Right?
Not an option. 私に考えがある. Feels fresh. Losing sight.
Unless there's sudden boss enemy, I would be. I mean, yeah, I need orb, but it's alright. It's alright. It's not a hard stage. I'm not going to try hard here. I'm not going to lose my mind. Not yet.
Ich werde deine Beine zusammenzubinden, wird dir nicht beim Fliegen helfen.
Oh, I used my skill too early.
安心して、私なら何とかできるから.
Oh, I just finally see this thing.
Any instruction? Losing sight. Solidify.
That's just to make it faster.
Una volta svelato un segreto, non c'è nulla da nascondere. Che dovrei fare? Ho capito subito chi sei.
See? Easy. Wait, is it that specific stage? Are you saying this is the specific stage that I need to trigger the organ twice? I'm going out. Would you come to like with me? Oh shoot. No! Alright. Give me a moment. What is it? 3, 2, 1. Mevrouw Steeman, guten Abend. I wonder why Viviana is getting a flashback to her past, but then again, this is a spatial warpment. And Mevrouw Steeman takes a break and opens her window every day at this time. She paints all morning, then looks into the distance and listens to music. Oh, that's when Steeman is still alive. Carl Smith Street? Of course I do. They were away for a brief stand a few times, but not sure why, but they always came back. They are compared to the rest of Zwillingstürme. Carl Smith isn't anything special. We got a few flower shops. Werner von Hochberg, find a room. Oh, okay. It seems a heartwarming story about Vati and Mitty. Marigold stamen has a bitterness to it, but when they ground into powder and pinch into a cake, its fragrance helps balance the sweetness. Mitty found a job in Boshoff, earning a bit more than before. She's working as an editor for her favorite poetry journal. So I said I bring her lunch for a whole month. Isn't that exhausting? You smell that? When the breeze pick up, the fragrance of coffee shop up ahead wafts on over. Well, if I, what did it say again? If I smell in the air, I will get, what did it say again? Yeah, pollen allergy. Yeah, I was trying to find that word. I help you as much as I can. This is a younger version of her. Well, yes, but also not. If you know what I mean. It's like, it's something like a limbo. I think that's the best way to say it. I mean, she is in a different dimension. So, yeah. It goes a little bit hard if... I'm glad of that. Viviana, this is a wonderful life too. What is that? Wasn't that Lucinda? How could such a well-behaved commoner have offended anyone? Did she write something she shouldn't have? Why did the authorities come so quickly? It's gonna get gone as quick as they came. What else can we say? Be careful what you ask. It probably has to do with her husband. Werner? I heard he's actually the heir to Comfort Stormland, living ignoto with his wife and daughter on Carl Smith's street for the past decade. Got along with them so well all these years, I never have guessed it. He hid himself so well. Oh, how could that be? Rumor has it that Werner didn't show up to class this morning. Who knows if he was taken by a Hochberg vessel or the Empress voice? Also, it was his Frida Seaman who gave him up. That woman is out of her mind. Shh. Keep your voice down. Yeah, this is the past. But also not. Not completely reality either. But not as dreaming. Vivian, don't look. Senora Julia Schürle, I perceive only vague silhouettes of the remnants. Could you clearly point out of the location where they may be hidden? my Patreon firearm may be of use. I will guarantee your safety. Executor, you may have understood. Those men aren't here to do anything to me. When I first saw the masked people, I would keep my distance and hide, but I later found they weren't concerned with me at all. Their appearance in any particular usually means they're a new threat. They are more like a signal. A threat? Not a true threat. I didn't know how to explain it. It's like a natural disaster beyond human comprehension. Abnormally bad weather or a waking nightmare. The atmosphere in Zwillingstürme has taken a turn for the worse. Especially recently. The clouds are heavy. Even the sunset looks faded. I'm always hearing loud, thundering noises. Several times I found a whole chunk of Zwillingstürme completely empty. Maybe because you're not alive anymore, Jule. So many buildings seem dug away by something, leaving only an empty space when there once were. Like a whole section of history had been erased. The threat erased the spires on different eras without a trace, gradually consuming all of Zwillingstürme. Oh! Her Galio, the Aturia, she was like also, and sooner or later the small alley I live in will be next. So you jump out of to prevent me from using my Patreon firearm. You want me protecting this place? Yeah, I had never seen you before. I had a powerful premonition this time. Such a feeling and usually nothing more than psychological indicators. Without backing in logic, it's difficult to take action upon them. But the Witch King remains have indeed appeared. Her executor, when you live in a place for 5 or 10 years, when you became a part of it, you develop senses like a fall beast. I can smell the storm before it comes. Well, that's what we call deja vu. I've been in this place before. Would you aid the echoes of the Witch King? No, this is my own thing. Even if they didn't appear today, I will find a way myself. But how will you fight against those disasters? The weather or the waking nightmares? With those art devices you're carrying? The truth is, I've been going to different places around this time each day. Especially those blanks and edges where buildings have vanished. That is dangerous. But I collected enough devices from those places. There seems to be some sort of echo device that collects arts information. Frau Giallo, if the masked men truly are echoes of the Witch King, then these echo devices must be what the Witch King used to deal with his enemies. Then they surely come in handy. Are you going to revenate the street yourself? Marigold Alley is the outskirts of Bodenschof. Very inconspicuous. No one comes here deliberately, except some tourists, painters and wandering poets. Even all the Bodenschof take against the 22 district of Zwillingstürme. This isn't that special. And this Zwillingstürme, with its many storied historical spires, maybe no one would even notice such an ordinary alley. That is where I was born and raised. No one knows it better than me. I know when it's lively and when it's quiet. I know it's all the sound, the sighing, and of wandering turnabouts, and the humming tunes of pedestrians, the busy footsteps of the cobblestones, the sound of rain against the marigold and awning. I know when the resonance pipeline buried beneath the street are still functional. I know which art sculptures on the corners can replace the broken parts, and how to connect them all in the most convenient way and then activate them with these echo devices. But you don't know what those modified resonance pipeline will even do. These devices left in those empty areas suggest that... Oh, but Frau Giallo, there's something I have to do. And I can always do something. I told myself as much when I was very young. I said I'd take a good care of Jan and myself and not be like our parents. Your parents? They passed away a long time ago. I think it was 1077. Your parents were persecuted during the term Emperor's coup? 9. They were as common could be. They were sick at the time, and tremendous sound of the Witch King Genesis spire collapsing in the distance, prompting the soldiers outside the house. It all aggravated their illnesses. They always feared that at any moment the Gandamaya would burst in and take us away, or even an entire block. The trouble in times like that, there is nothing so shocking. They did entire even before her boss could launch his glorious capital project. What a terrible clamor downs to everything else. We only hear the voices within ourselves. We find our fears and words magnified. Julia, forgive me not able to better comfort you. That's alright. I wanted to say I can't let myself lose the courage to live as I have been. Maybe you still don't see our surroundings clearly. We walked away from the gallery at the end of the street down to the cafe where I spent most a decade. The owner was kind. The boy is gifted. We saw casters using art to repair sculptures on the street, and he watched only for a few moments and spending the whole night turning his room into a sound controlled space. I talked about it with Loris and we sent him to study arts at Utrecht Universiteit. Loris intends to make a career in Zwillingstürme, and once he does, he will give Jan a recommendation. Later, when this cafe is about to close down, I used all my savings to buy it for myself. I became the owner, the waitress, and even worked on making my own special blend of coffee for its grand reopening. Danger is unpredictable, but life is tangible. You only want to protect it. From the piano studio in the corner here, there is a total of 8 resonance pipelines. Oh, oops. I told you they'd be useful. That is logical. But Bosch turned all of Zwillingstürme resonance pipeline during his glorious capital project in order to adjust the art array laid through the city during the Reich of the Witch King. We're just a few steps from my cafe now. I find funny she is the only one that can see the cafe, and he sees only the light. Right around the corner from the cafe. I guess I will need to work faster. What is it? This feels familiar. Similar to a certain day, the exact same even. Okay, the past of Julia. The first day I opened the cafe, I stood by the door waiting for Loris and Jan. They were a little late. I knew the two of them wanted to do something special for the grand opening. They were also a little too obvious about. Loris went to order flowers in a part of the city and specifically asked me to wait for him in the most scarcest part of the block. He didn't even realize he left the order on the table when he came by to help the day before. Meanwhile, Jan snuck into Frau Siemens' house. Nearly all the kids on Marigold Alley asked her to paint them as souvenirs, still alive at one point or another. The beginning of a new life. I promised Loris as much too. The wind was strong that morning, enough to make you feel dazed. There weren't many people out on the street. But I noticed two standing in a corner opposite the cafe. They had black masks with the twisted patterns on them. They noticed me too. They walked over. The Witch King's remains. That explains why you perceived the patterns in the Genesis horn as manifesting a concrete form. That was your only connection to the Witch King during your lifetime. Laura's speculation differed widely from the truth. She just happened to be at the scene while the Witch King remains were taking action. The city council had no intent to protect the nobleman, as the one involved in taking action against the remains. One can imagine Herr Finn's ultimate fate. But early in the reign of the twin empresses, Zwillingstürme need to be dissociated from the entire case from the Witch King and his remains. They halted the investigation, concealed the truth of the matter, and hastily closed the case. That was the most efficient approach. What do you mean? Julia Schuler, your death was entirely coincidental. I have uncovered the truth of the case. If recalling these details is a burden to you, please refrain from doing so. 9 Air Executor. I worry that the suite may disappear from Zwillingstürme at some point, just like the long-gone spires, and that I will never have the chance to keep my promise to Loris. Logically speaking, you have already... Executor, have you ever made any unfulfilled promises? Since accepting my commission with the Natural Hall, there have been 2 instances where the Descendants' will was too ambitious to enforceable, and the 2 instances were the target that inevitably destroyed in the explosion. No other circumstances. Wow. To be fair, Loris Boris was destroyed in some sort of explosion fight. Arts explosion. Oh, I didn't mean at work. I promise. Freddy, what are you doing? Drawing. Ah, Executor drawing. In the dark? It's not difficult. I'm busy myself. You said you needed quiet. Gracias. What are you drawing? Laterano, by night. Why would you want to draw Laterano by night? Because the room is dark. Ah, I like the logic. You don't need to have dark pants or making a shadow castle. It's already shadow if you don't see the light. Say it all the time. The sorrow, the nasal tone of your voice has grown lighter. You stopped crying. I mean, yeah, that's also... I mean, he was playing with the pencil, so it could be. You said you would gradually master your playing. I believe in you. Everyone says you have a talent for music. In general, talent should not bring pain. I will master it, Fede. I have to. Are you going to finish your drawing? You seem to be having trouble. Well, I completed the overall outline. Now I need to refine the details. But when night falls on Laterano, where's the first place to light up? I don't know. How about you wait for me to master my method and play my first piece? It won't take long. Then I take you to the highest point in Laterano to see it for yourself. That would answer your question, wouldn't it? Alright. To me, a promise is a form of contract. When I made that contract, my cognitive abilities were not yet fully developed, and it was unclear of the obstacles she faced, as well as the painful meaning behind overcoming those obstacles. In the fine chaos, she herself was the first victim of her music. Therefore, understanding the full extent of her changes and preventing her from continuing to spread chaos is the responsibility I must fulfill. Executor, is that why you have come to Zwillingstürme too? Is the person you're talking about also a Sancta? Arturia, female, 168 centimeters tall, straight black hair, a mole below her left eye, and carries a custom-made cello. She arrived here before I did. Have you seen her? Frau Gallialo, you may not want to follow me any further. Why not? You just said that from the gallery at the end of the street to here, we're a cafe just ahead. All the resonant pipelines here will be soon restored. What is it you're keeping me from? I believe he is the one who hurt you. He is a Sancta as well. Yes, but he seems difficult to talk to. Federico? So he is here too. I appreciate your concern, but it was my little But if it was my little brother who hurt me, yeah, we found a few more bullet holes. True. So your siblings? It's hard to imagine. Federico will definitely catch up to me. The discovery of gaps along the past has once been following inevitable causes of confusion. But for him, that confusion isn't a ripple, it's a crack in the ice. Neither of us can stop until we find answers. Alright then. Yo, this is the last bit. The piano studio on the corner, the gallery at the end of the street. The beginning and the end. All the resonance pipeline converge here. Yulia. I know what you want to say. This might not have been any effect of all. And so I will think of another way. I can't let myself just hide away in my home, waiting for the storm to pass. The echo devices are in place. It's time to activate the resonance pipelines. Oh damn, yeah, I can see that. Oh, it's a big Pokemon, so it's kinda lore accurate. Oh, she can finally see, as Yulia says. It's not chaotic. It's the music of all Marigold Alley. My cello is silent, but I heard your instrument innermost thought. They are touching. Allow me to express my gratitude. So the most common soul and the most powerful are both written on the same sheet of music. Oh wait, a palace, solemn and majestic, benefiting a king. At the end of the step, a man stands motionless with his throne. Red curtains sway and cast layers on white of him, veiling the monarch countenance. But the infamous twisted horns belie his name. I have seen you in so many fragments of history and legend. I cross paths with you in memories of so many, including the liches. But it wasn't until I saw Yulia still alive that I caught the faint sense that this journey could really lead me to a meeting with the man himself. Allow me to introduce myself, Arturia Giallo. Salutation, Otto Dietmar Gustav von Urtica, Witch King. Your Majesty. Oh wait, Herkenshorn. Your Majesty, the Witch King. This is really epic.
Will you treat me the same way?
I mean, it feels shorter than all the other days. I will have to say that. I can finally farm devices for next few days.
I will not deny it.
Written by Ludwig, Kurfürst of Eindval. May all questions be answered in the end. Why do I have a feeling this is not the boss stage? This is just me. I just have a feeling this is not the boss stage. But then again, I guess those enemies there. Hold on. You guys were saying that the medal? So let me just check. Where the heck is the medal set? This is 3 stars. Collect all the rewards. All stages on challenge mode. Also challenge. There's no medal. What are you guys smoking? I'm pretty sure there's not a medal for here. What the heck? I've been lied to. Oh, mission rewards. Oh, my bad. Okay, I need to do the mission rewards. Okay. Yeah, I need to do all the missions, my bad. Hold on here. Let me pick a better team since it would not be the case. This will not help me, so... Uh-oh. resetted everything. Hold on. Yes, we're picking guard, but not Viviana per se. Okay, we're just picking Viviana since we actually have the freedom right now. There we go. I forgot Vanguard, hold on. Since this is not my normal Vanguard team. Okay, my normal Vanguard team is Texas and Myrtle.
Fight alongside the others? Against whom?
There we go.
Let's make this quick. My time is valuable.
ちび姉ちゃんが雲でゴロゴロするのは面白いぞって言ってたので、私たちもそこでピクニックしてみませんか?
No tardará mucho.
Oh, I just realized that thing as well.
Entendido. This is the destreza of Iberia.
Ricevuto, silenzio. Ricevuto. まあまあ、急がないの. Forward.
Oh, we need to wait for the orchestra.
発掘物の汚れを落とすときにはどれだけ慎重にやっていいか? さあ、この睡蓮の紋章を君の顔に刻んであげるよ.
I mean, it's really fast done.
魂の皮、彼岸への私。Entendido. Inutile.
Hai le armi a portata di mano. Perché aspettare? Lo spettacolo non è ancora come... Guarda, oh, non deludetemi stanotte, amici miei!
This really sucks, by the way. It really sucks. Hello, welcome to the stream, Kai's Wolf. Okay, there we go. I mean, there's nothing else we can do, right? Maybe she's just a little bit faster, but that's all.
Lo spettacolo non è ancora cominciato e già si fa baldoria?
There we go. Quick and easy.
Du hast recht, Doktor. Die inspirierendsten Zeilen werden immer während eines Sturms geschrieben.
There we go. No more than 5 forcibly retreated due to the effects of inspidity. Oh! It says that like we have 10 stages. Okay, we still don't have the end boss yet. Galio, thou Froste, mijn vrouw Droste. Ibn Hot is uncertain when he got separated from the others. fair, it is quiet, and now we finally have his point of view. You're despicable, Ebenholz. You're practically the worst sinner there is. Forgive me if I don't look as sorry as I feel. True. I wouldn't care either way. So would you join us for an audience with His Majesty now? Or would you seek to prevent his return to the mundane world? You don't have what it takes. You could not do it. Oh, that should have been clear long ago. We should have known. It's obvious. His Majesty's blood is so strong. His soul is so tenacious. The voice of Mundane is but a byproduct of his music. Yet it alone has brought you to your knees with the pain it inflicts. You were born weak, far too weak to live up to any expectation. That is so to say, you're the ones forcing those richest noises into my mind. And in the end, it is me who bears the responsibility for all of this. You should be thankful, Ebenholz. You should have known from the beginning that the voice of Mundane wasn't the key to His Majesty's inheritance. Would the Trills have granted you the title of Graf Urtica? Now, even before then, you haven't died in the cradle. You should take pride in your title, but more than that, you should be ashamed of it. Yeah, I feel the same. So, be gone. He is like, I'm so done with you. You are hateful, Ebenholz. How many died in the Witch King tyranny? How many disappeared without a trace? Lithuania is earth. And even 23 years later, the wounds are still bleeding. Verdammt! I know what the real word is, but if I'm doing that, I will probably get banned. Only the trying to die silently one night, never knowing any proper justice. And you are his last remaining descendant. You were born with the mark of sin in your blood. You should atone for him, atone for all he did to Lithuania. What right do you have to live a comfortable life, Ebenholz, with all the mocking yourself to as an obvious nobody? I despise the sin-tainted blood each and every day, the same as you do. Now you have no idea the evil that has wrought. Those remnants steal into Urtica again and again, encircling your spire like flies to rotting meat. My youngest man had only just joined the security forces when he found their trawl. His corpse bobbed in the ravine for 3 days before they found it, all while you hid away in your spire. Then you might as well just blame every other noble, honestly. For real, if you're like, oh, but that other kid at the other vassal state is also just hiding in behind his castle spire. Well, you're not going to run to them and ask for help? And to be fair, are you expecting a 10-year-old kid to know every single thing? It's like parents don't let you fly, but then they expect you to fly without learning the basics. Excuse me, more? Okay, now it's pretty quiet. Stop. Go no further. The braver you are, the more ridiculous you look. You are pitiful, Ebenholz. Do you remember Gertrude? Before she died, she left some real nasty curses. She cursed Vaisha, Lithuania, the Witch King, and she cursed you. Her curse was, word for word, may the madness of Ebenholz's bloodline haunt him forever. When you came back to Zwillingstürme, I thought to myself, damn, that mad woman curse really came to pass. That stubborn kid couldn't escape the vortex of fate. Of course, he will never give in to fate, but this time he will have to fall into madness to break free of it. You should feel relieved, shouldn't you? The voice of the Mundane has troubled you over a decade, but even more than resisting it, you have been carefully guarding it. You were guarding a bomb, afraid it would blow up any moment. Oh, come on. Be clear. But to be fair, he did find him pitiful. I can't bear of it. No, I cannot read this. It's just too painful. This is really big. I knew you'd be here. You have been dead for so long, but you still fantasize about letting this wicked spire descend upon Lithuanian again. Okay, fair enough. Let me drink. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Thank you very much. There we go. I will use all my arts, weave my wand until it breaks, manipulate my originium dice until they shatter. If you still have flesh, I will destroy it. If you still have a soul, I will annihilate it. I will interrogate you, curse you, and I will kill you. Witch King. The fact that he actually found the spire way faster than all the others is really surprising. Franz. Do not touch the notes in the air. The witchcraft I integrated into much in the melody here, which I have deleted, still contains a terrible power that will last until it completely dissipates. Calm your emotions. Evade the will of the ancient from a millennium ago. Do not let your mind to be distracted. Even holds tight to his grip on his wand, but he cannot say a word. He read all about the Witch King. Not too long ago, he was even imprisoned in this room. He knows his history. The notes flow slowly about the space. The melody known as Siracusa is leaving the movement that is Lithuanian. He hears what sound like a booming of loud thunder, pouring rain and surging wind. The will of Lithuanian has turned into a power that matches heaven and earth, washing repeatedly over the small room. Even standing at the door, the surging energy presses firmly against his heartbeat. The man at the center does not turn to look at him. He is focused and proud. He has a reef that stands above and the turbulent waves. Even the Holzkind cannot suspect that he has come to the wrong place. This looks more like a fateful night of a certain composer, or a most passionate lecture by a historian. I mean, the horns are definitely twisted. There's no hatred here, no destiny, and nowhere to place his anger. Even Holt suddenly realized one thing. He has never truly seen the Witch King in all his life. Not even in his most terrifying nightmares. Fremont, you are late again. I don't recall you being such a popular teacher. Did you find yourself waylaid by a crowd of students? Oh damn, Fremont, the face, is actually quite young. Okay, to be fair, it's like almost like 23 years ago. I mean, wait. Lithuanian Witch King is even earlier, so at least 400 years and 23. So 423 years ago, I think. At least. I mean, it's called aging. Like, age is a thing. First, if a teacher's temperament makes you hesitate in front of face of knowledge, that means nothing more than these youths, claiming to be Lithuania's finest, are in fit only to tend the ivy that climbs her spires. Secondly, it's Ludwig's interest that not you. That grants me the scholarly stipend each month. I'm not at your beck and call. Or should I not talk back to His Majesty the Great Witch King like this? This isn't the first time, nor will it be the last. Next month, curvestone from across the land will begin to arrive in Vinduin. Time is running out, Fremont. I hope that when their audience concludes, they will each take their copies of the Golden Snot back to their respective kreisen. You know him far well as an exceptional monarch, even called a once-in-a-millennium ruler by these sheep and deer. Are you really so eager to set your own prestige in stone? What's next? Bringing Kyrgyzstan armies and civic powers under direct control of the Imperial Spire? We already discussed this. When I first arrived in Lithuania, the Kaiser at the time was already troubled by the Syracusan question. How long has it been? Now the world's pup dare not make but slightly bigger moves. You only just ascended. Why not take some time to choose your robes for the upcoming ceremony? I already chosen. Are you still worried that amending the Golden Snast and the accompanying policies could place the realm into unforeseen turmoil? I don't care what happened to Lithuania, but moving my library would be a tremendous pain. To be fair, it feels like he's kind of a sundry. Nah, I'm just sticking here. Except maybe for the recent typhoon, you know. You've been studying the movement ever since you became the Curvus of Eimald. We know precisely what it is, why no one dared to consider amending it for 1,000 years. 3 main sections, tenfold melody woven into one. A truly superior piece of witchcraft, created by arts masters of a prior millennium. This is the supreme will of Lithuanian, infused with the power of countless sages into creation. Complementation and protection of this land. Yeah, but to be fair, I cannot change. I cannot get the. Waylord out of here. Maybe except maybe if I put it into the corner, but that's everything that I can do. No, I will. There we go. Now, I hope you guys can see the chat too. Eternity? Sitting outside the Mennonian philosophers, the museum in the question whenever not a man can step into the same river twice. I think only the leeches are particularly fond of using that word. So, this is it. And only you people will truly understand its meaning. Eternity, the inimitable, the immovable. But eternity does not mean immortality. Indeed, the sages who crafted the movement 1,000 years ago accomplished an impossible feat. That's when this land came to be known as Lithuanian. But it was more than just the name of a country. The idea of Lithuanian is what allows the people here to both prosper and suffer together. Engraving elegance, harmony, mortality, and beauty into every breath we take. They are a millennium ago crafted into superior vision for the century, making Lithuania into a truth of the land. The all truths eventually decay. From the current fiction, what Syracusa is the greatest proof of that. But I bring a better future to Lithuania. Eternity, immortality. But Vermont heard his hefty words shatter and resemble between his lips and teeth. How arrogant of you! How very rich king! But how can we ensure that Lithuania under your rule won't face an even greater crisis? That the future you're bringing will be truly immortal. There's no composition that can't be written, no art that can't be suppressed, no will that can overcome, no unknown that can't be conquered. Immortality lies in renewal. To this day, both the ocean and the sky remain shrouded in the fog of cognition, and this continent is the limit of what the Terrans know and perceive. But the knowledge you share tells us that even the loftiest cloud and the deepest sea trenches are nothing but reality, imprisoned by time and space. And beyond this reality there exists another side of the world, a realm of emptiness, elusive and dangerous. If the questions are endless, then so too must be the answers. The Glass Spire in Urtica is too small. So I built the Genesis Spire in Viduin. It's already the tallest in Lithuanian, but not necessarily across all the lands. But I will never stop. That's the difference between myself and the sages of the past. That is immortality, Fremont. I hope that when you build a new spire, you will take a few extra room, so you won't need to use my own secret chambers just to modify a piece of music. I will. Now then, let's just begin. I will go activate all the resonance capture devices. It will all be clearer once we dismantle the melody later. Okay, by the way, Fremont, what did you call the other side of the world? The beginning and the end of all threats, in sarcasm. A pretty name. There grants riches and almost a unique ability amongst the races. Concealing that means a life that will not end. With infinite time, liches are allowed to glimpse the infinite truths of the world, but do you treat them as merely pages in a tome of knowledge? Cautious in our nature, the more we discover, the fewer spaces we can live. Right then, Vermont, what about you? Me? The beginning and the end of all threats. You often complain that the liches under your command are either too young or too hidebound, but you ever considered entering that space, rather than treating it simply a drawer in which to hide your... To be fair, the moment he did went in, he disliked it. Oh, look at it, it's all glowing. Lich and Caprine, king of the royal court and the Kaiser of Lithuania, they have always moved tactive agreement. Even in a tense moment, the two could insert discussion in various topics. Philosophy, music, and sometimes even climate and cuisine of Lithuania. The Witch King has raised the matter so naturally, the true secret threatening the mortality of the liches. If he used his exile to this full extent, the life threats could dissolve all of those notes in an instant, annihilating the defenseless man before him. None of us knew the Lithuanian Kaiser had come here. He would have enough time to tell the Lich Court to flee the country. But the Witch Court has erased it so naturally, casually bringing the secret that had remained hidden all those long years. It seems that Fremont lost. If you're really interested, Witch King, I could lend you my... Ah, there we go, he did, That's enough, Witch King. Don't you find the nostalgia nauseating? It's enough to make me want to vomit last night's leftovers. Besides, I'm running out of time. Oh, now he has a beard. No, I mean, it kind of did make him more aging a little bit more, like 35, 40. I'm sure you remember what you borrowed. It's time to return it. And both of them are so angry. Hold on, I'm going to change this a little bit, tiny teensy. So, it doesn't bother me. Fantasia, the gift. Okay, honestly it doesn't really bother. Okay, this is kind of interesting.
Das Mondlicht hat sich kaum auf das windige Parterre gelegt. Und schon behauptest du, den Herbst in seiner Gänze erlebt zu haben?
Incapacitating them is enough, right?
Qui non è successo niente.
Oh! Well, RIP, I guess.
Assumo le posizioni designate. Ricevuto. Falli a pezzi.
Orchestra conductor, of course, the guy that's conducting everything, right? Yeah.
Awaiting on. Your attacks are all within my calculations.
Das ist keine Arena. Narben werden hier nicht besungen.
リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
Le tue ultime parole? Non mi interessano comunque.
He also, okay, it doesn't matter anymore.
Wie ist Stoff aus...
Non puoi fermarmi.
Stop changing, please, pretty, please.
マグマは振り返ることなく前へ。
Oh, come on. Okay, to be fair, I was not expecting anything else. Would have been great though.
Fortuna ti ha abbandonato. Ora te la vedrai con me. Più fai veloce, meno farà male.
Ich werde der vorüber noch in Lass weiße Rosen. Schlechte Kleingeister.
In attesa... This will be over soon. Ricevuto.
ノープゆっくりだよ。本気で行くよ。いいか、怖いもの知らずだね。そんなものまで盗もうなんて。
Okay, I had to use my skill. Okay. He's not done yet. Franz, studying your breathing. You're going to crush your originium dice in powder. Their former owner, Bielefeld, was a rare Greek caster from Erdenhere who lived a century ago. He once used the dice to control the wind and lightning in the central valleys of Gaul, mashing sinking the flagship of Corsica, one, and ruining the enemy formation in a single stroke. The Battle of the Four Emperors. Indeed, it was a delightful victory. The Gaulish men couldn't even manage to cobble together a complete banner. The lamentation of the fleet and the cheers of the victorious alternated like a grand duet. Unfortunately, we lost Bielefeld in the second attack on Lignos. I saved those dice as a tribute to him, in his honor. If the will of the caster wavers like grass in winter, how could he ever hope to control the wind and lightning? I'm having a deja vu. Even Holz remains silent. The Witch King's tone is calm, even gentle. It was a feeling not unlike he has discovered a child who stole an old item from his home, stopped him, explained the item provenance after the necessary scolding. It's more like I want to see the text and and I want to kind of see my own VTuber model on the screen and not having a Wailord in front of me. It's really blocking the map structure. I know I should have changed into maybe like an overlay or anything, but I haven't done that. Ah yeah, fair enough. I did put it for a reason, but yeah. The weakening golden melodies seek an exit from the secret chamber, with even Hans and the Witch King standing outside the door. Before them lies a steep, dark, red staircase. This is the Graf Spire in Urtica. The series of changes have taken place since the Vaisham attack, and he had been gone over a year. But he could never forget the place. Do you dislike these stairs? They scarred with blood red engraved with dark patterns beneath the pristine handrails. The messages who came from the capital every once in a while exchanging glances, the servants standing in every corner. So it was hard to like them. Right. When I was your age, I would wake up in the middle of the night and take these stairs to wake up my tutor. The Witch King ascends the stairs. The sound spreads far down the long corridor as the... Okay, I'm not going to describe that. The title sent by the Empress was intended to perform poorly, so many a night even holds would sneak into stumbler corridors to practice. He unconsciously followed the Witch King. For a moment he seemed to think that the man was still living in the spire, only waking up in the middle of the night to head to the door, for whatever known reasons. The short-horned Elafia opened the door. I didn't go in. I stood in the doorway and asked him. Over the course of 3 months, I reviewed the 634 scores collected through this ancient spire, all composed by famous musicians and grand casters. I took the melodies apart, including those who were incomplete or unplayable. Why is it that the art of Visitinian is so proud, accumulating the beauty of elegance and harmony over 1,000 years, flows with the dead melodies and crusty notes? I turned the sculpture by the door into a sandbox, greatly deducing the situation for the next century. Iberia would form an alliance with the sea. Victoria's steel knights would spew steam. Boots coated with mud and blood will tromp into foreign lands. The Gaulish irises would bloom into deep forests of Einwald. Oh shoot! He predicted the Iberia with the alliance with Aegir. Damn! He is... Damn, okay. Victoria's steel knights would spew steam, boots coated in mud and blood would storm into I guess this was the prediction during the fighting against the Sarkas, I believe. And Gaulish's rises would bloom into the deep forest of Emerald, means the conquest of Gaulish, I believe. But what of Lithuanian? The country horns and fang have rotten nearly outright of our heads. First with Syracuse, then with Stormland. Moss and vermin infest every nook and cranny of the spires. Why didn't you turn a blind eye to all of this? 9. Why do you not know of it? The short-horned Elafia was still... Oh no. Elafia was still half sheep, but more detestable than the sand still sprinkled. The fear and emptiness he tried to hide. Yeah, I mean, yeah. He claimed to be the foremost knowledgeable man in Urtica, and even of all of Einwald, but he couldn't answer a single question. Then you kicked him out of the spire and his entire house fell into decline. I heard the story. It's just for that you are truly unreasonable. June, if I were you. Those hypocritical servants who secretly partook in the wine cellar would never drink a drop of water again. They would feel the pain of their throats crackling inch by inch until their deaths. To be fair, I think he knows what he's doing, although his approach is different from what other people see. If normal people will say, oh, I'm sorry, I will don't do it again, or I'm stealing wine, but I will turn a blind eye. But he is like, if you're doing something wrong, you will get the Iron Fist. And I can see why people might turn into sculptures with like twisted horn and their flesh in the statues. I saying like it's not good, but I can see why he does it. He is like, if people doesn't know the consequences of their actions, and if their punishment does not fit the crime, they will never understand. You should not do it. And maybe that's why he's called, I guess, the Mad King. But to be fair, turning your people that are infected with originium and turning them as battery as for the casters is kind of pretty insane too. So I mean, there are some plus points, but there are also bad points. As for the teacher who tried to mold me into useless rubbish, he will find himself impaled by arts a dozen or hundreds of times stronger than his during one of those perversion demonstrations. Ooh. His expression of fear could be frozen into a fine skull. See, this is the problem though. But he did use the fear to have people to follow him, or at least have like a decent following. The foolish minister who tried to manipulate me with a melody would manipulate themselves. An obvious contradiction between the twins, black and gold, could be exploited. Exploitation without purpose, arbitrarily taking lives. In your own words, those heinous acts are completely meaningless. Witch King. The purpose of a stairway is to lead you to a higher place. I despise these stairs as well, but because they are too short. Graf Urtica's spire is so small. This is such a narrow view. Franz, you see this spire as a cage, so how will you break free of it? How will you defeat your enemies? Who are your enemies? You are despicable Ebenholz. You are hateful Ebenholz. You are pitiful Ebenholz. To be fair, I can't see Bigler saying that though. That's actually the saddest part. Is it done? No, of course not. Then, is it the Witch King? Is he the nightmare that troubled you for a lifetime? Nightmare? The increasingly empty house, the white-haired child holding his trembling hand on his knee. Softly singing a song that begins with the sky is blue and fine. The sound of the cello spreads out like an endless grassland, while the sound of the piano turns into a following stream. He watches away all awareness, allowing him to walk a long way, with the dark of night no longer so heavy. He often dreams of these things. Dreams are already fleeting, and if he has to miss these beautiful moments, he will rather never sleep. 9. I have never dreamed of you. Memory? Vals des Hexenturms, triumph der Goldmond, Vorspiel ze Zwillingstürme. The theater across the country must perform certain plays each quarter, all with similar themes, with Urtica being the old Trine's homeland. Such plays were put on twice as often. And as Graf of Urtica, he was required to attend all of them. How many times did he sit in the audience watching the Witch King perish during the Duet of Justice, shortly leading a standing ovation? To be fair, that's actually quite a torture. Seeing your own house fall, or your bloodkin being fallen, and people are clapping all around you, that's actually quite horrible. As a kid, I would probably feel so horrible. Without exception, a mysterious light surrounded their twisted horns, and even their voices had a strange tremor, as sinister effects were added to them. They were quick to anger, cruel and bloodthirsty, with caustic and exuberant expression under their mask. Not one of them, not a single portrait, matched the appearance of the man before him. I think, if you want to summon it, you need to imagine or know how the person looks like. Otherwise, there's no way to summon the person you want. Unless you're going to for the... And Gertrude seems to never see the Witch King. So she cannot summon the Witch King if she never saw him. I mean, she did summon a horrible version though. With the brother, I guess the nephew of Ebenholz. But the Witch King from that had a different, had like a mask, so they never saw the face, and it had white hair, because it's of course the nephew's body. The ambitions of the masses need adornment, their desires need release, their hatred needs relief. And you, Franz, the larger the shadow that obstructs your fate, and the more values you have to stand on. Every one of you is happy to imagine such a Witch King, for the purpose of that attribution. Imagining, you say, the cruel decrees, the inhuman experiments, the fires of war, all the suffering you inflicted, the countless innocent lives lost, all of that. You call that imagined? I mean, this is definitely a good reason why someone you need to see their blood can in a play that is not suited, I know, but at least even Holtz can see why it's wrong. We're talking about you, Franz. You never made the slightest effort to represent the people you now claim have died. On those nights he would only grip his flute desperately. He felt as though he was dying. He would exert all his strength to curse the man before him until his surrounding became clear. But the voice of Mundane is long gone, so why does the pain still flow? Even Holtz cannot see his own bloodshot eyes, but the layer of red webbing in his field of vision becomes increasingly heavy. Wait, hold on, I want to finish this. The pain stirs all memories, tearing through all emotion, as if trying to draw everything out of his head to transform into something tangible. Nightmares, memories, and imagination. Look back out on your rather short life. Countless times you cursed a name intertwined with your own, that indelible mark. Could it all have been nothing more than facing the void? Looking into the mirror? The Witch King is dead. By the time you were born, by the time of that night, 23 years ago, and his death was genuine. What meaning is there calling a dead man your enemy? The terrifying experience of your childhood, the pain that lingered throughout your life, the cold eyes and the mockery of so-called representative and the servant, the criticism and accusation of others. Do you still dwell on those things? 9. You know very well what that compared to what I've lost. All those are insignificant. Correct, you don't care. You're really upholding the promise you made to him. You are prepared to walk through the long night, bearing it all. But even Holtz, why, after all this time, are you still in such pain? Accepting a punishment is not the same thing as finding redemption. Why can't you forgive yourself, the man who has always been protected to the very last? Why can't you let go of the sacrifices they made for you? Why do you continue to indulge in self-flagellation, unable to move forward? Because there might yet be another precious commitment, an even greater sacrifice, even deeper regrets, and even longer suffering ahead. You can't help but doubt. You can't help but fear. So then Ibn Holtz, who is your enemy? But Ibn Holtz, if you don't move forward towards the light, we can never walk out of that night. And the night itself is meaningless. The night itself is meaningless. Sergut? Nee. Sergut Frans. You have defeated your enemies and broken free of the spire what was your prison. The Witch King raised his hand and a golden melody, as if finally released, flows towards the door like so many harmless fireflies, quietly drifting the river of history. They passed by Ibn Holtz, brushing against his clothes and hair with touch ever so gentle. Ibn Holtz suddenly feels a baffling sensation, as if the Witch King had patted him on the head. Ibn Holtz cannot control himself, he bursts into laughter. So after all my tremendous efforts to storm the Genesis Horn, I end up winning the praise of His Majesty Witch King. Even if the tremendous rage were to punish him for his lapse the very next second, and the headaches were him back to the abyss, he wants to keep laughing. and nothing happened. Endless staircase, the spire of Urtica, even the Witch King, it all vanishing. Nothing remains but an empty throne. Even Holt stand before the throne in silence, waiting for the unreal sensation to fade away completely. You've been watching long enough, Sancta. I mean, to be fair, everything he went through, after everything he went through, he kind of does need counseling. I probably don't survive for so long. In his laughter, I felt a sense of melancholy and liberation. Such a character at the center of this drama finally confronts all that he's been through, whenever scripted or in life. If he finds a new goal, he carries it steadfast. What about you? You were the first to enter my pavilion, even before Fremont. The pavilion, my palace. Thanks to Julia, I got a glimpse of what it looks like. They produce all Lithuanians has ever taken pride in, the spires that join the millennia, the knowledge, art, and power accumulated over a generation, undamaged by time. There's nothing else like it, an immense project beyond human capability. In fact, they speculated on even before. The soldier, the painter, and the scholar. And met each of those who personally witnessed their tot des Hoogskoning. Oh, I understand now. The scholar is the pink sheep. The soldier is Boris. The painter is She-Man. And the tuner is the one on the tower singing, or at least talking, without any shadow, of course. The night made the deepest impression on their lives. They are entangled by it, trapped in the contradiction of their times and themselves. Through them, I reconstructed the last melody you left in the mortal plane. Hoarse and capricious, impossible to interpret through conventional music theory. This melody couldn't possibly point to a legacy to inherit, as your followers had expected. It was never meant for the mortal plane. The echoes painstakingly collected by the people of Lithuania are bricks and mortar of this palace, another form of construction material you left behind. They would ultimately be found by others, but who could uncover their purpose? Fame, honor, wealth, an individual, a house, a class. These shallow motives run throughout all melodies across all lands. The meaning of music has always been so narrow. Sancta, unlike those village ministers, you come from so-called holy city and are unconcerned with Lithuania's past and future. Nor are you a lich, and aware of existence of Raikconnect, you do not walk the path that Vermont does. And so, why are you here? Before I explain my purpose, I have a question. Honestly, I have no idea. I've not a single clue, honestly. At this very moment, as we stand here, are you only a strand of strings trembling in rigor mortis? A patchwork of flickering lights, subjectively colored by emotion and one of countless fragmentations of consciousness? Are you fully intact Witch King? I meant to play you. The physical rules underpinning sound cannot be realized in Krayek. However, the place I stand does not acknowledge the rules of... Oh, come on. The loss of sound is your own limitation. It has nothing to do with the pavilion. Music is your eyes, your ears, heart, your everything. You think you lost all perception, yet your desire is stronger. You are a dull yet interesting observer. Arturia releases her grip on the cello and simply looks at the Witch King. His entire life, all he's been through, resonates collectively through the space, filling every cubic inch. This is the palace he has built for himself. You walked in, you see what he sees. Arturia sees what she had read in the old Lich memories. The blackness. Infinite blackness, or rather, chaos. Human understanding of this world often comes from negative emotion associated with it. In reality, it normally refers to a state that is difficult to describe, an object or a concept that cannot be established. But this is the only word that can describe the scene before Arturia. Desolation and a land of annihilation. What sits behind the material world? A vector of collapse. No visible boundaries, no discerned direction, sound, light, shape, of color. Things that do not belong in the same dimension make stack as such. The cursed life forms and the environment are symbolic, even mutual bodies. Annihilation is the only ecology here. Chaos surrounds Witch King Palace, like sunlight and air surrounding a bubble that could burst with a touch. The Witch King's spire stands in the center of this place, and the originium crystals growing from its base is like moss between the bricks. But such moss covers the entire palace, connecting seemingly irregular spires and another building, compromising some vague formation. Oh shoot! Chaos invades the outermost cluster of the spires, like a rising layer of mist. Once the mist dissipates, the arena Eternium and the turret that visits no longer exist. Oh. They are saying 11 of those spires were built, but chaos invades, which are like something like mist, and then they dissipate. And then Yulia founds on those places where there's no building left, those arch units. Adhering determined rules. Yeah. My casters, my musicians, do not resist the storm of lightning and dust. In years past, they destroyed the Gaulish fleets, and now they will push back in this chaos. Celestial Phenomenal and Calamity join in symphony, as Originium shapes new connection for you. Your bodies and consciousness will become part of the instrument's strings and troop formation. Fill the gaps, reform the lines. Craig is beyond comprehension. Demons cannot be captured. Incompetence is nothing but cowardice. Return all intelligence to the spire for analysis. Confront it, comprehend it, conquer it, in the name of Lithuanian. Vibrate the strings of our lives until they break. The King of Castles stands proudly on his throne, with all the spires at his command. This founding of a nation occurs seamlessly with the push and pull of war, as it did in Lithuanian history. Amid the unending chaos, the Witch King is the only comprehensible order. Your enemy is terrifying, so incomprehensible. Is Lithuanian your unwavering cause? Even death cannot end it. Just as Herr Vermont predicted, your place is suffering an irreversible collapse. Do you regret it? If you hadn't become a Triant, if the mutation army hadn't seized your spires, if your death hadn't ended your study of Craig, We should have then had the time to make this palace more stable and unshakable by chaos. Do you ever wonder, if you weren't the Witch King, if you didn't stand on the shoulders of all Lithuania, could you master arts and knowledge beyond the reach of mere mortals? Could you surpass reality itself? Could you build your own spire within Koreak? Your questions are meaningless, Sancta. I have no regrets. And I do not wonder. I do not fear monsters, nor do I fear becoming one. Then, Your Majesty, I come in search of confirmation. It's been a long time since someone spoke to me of such things. I seek from you the greatest answer a human heart can seek. A future. An ideal future. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're around isn't that somewhere in Kriek itself? I mean, in the snowy Sami side. Why are you standing here like a fool? What's the blow too hard? Do you have a brain damage? What's your excuse? Oh, what a comeback. A rude little ghost you are. You saw him too. Did you win? Win? In this ruined place I could fight that man innumerable times, debate him for innumerable years. But how could I win a debate with an echo? How could I kill a dead man? Then we might as well leave. Leave! You really want to turn and walk away? After everything you suffered on your journey. Even as you stand right before the throne. I'm here, I've seen it. The throne is empty. But the spire is still there. Strange, distorted, dangerous pace still hangs over the heads of countless people. You're a most powerful lich. Tell me, what should I do? How can we once again topple the Genesis Spire? There is only one way. The same way it was done 23 years ago. You look so smug. I mean, the scholar could also be Vermont, but the one that truly got died was the other, was the pink goat. Or the pink sheep. Lieselotte, why are you hiding here again? Lieselotte again. Oh wait, yeah, I remember. Her Vermont says the odds of surviving the battle are less than 1 in 10. Since the day we were born, every test we've taken has surpassed the expectation of those old men. But the battle with Witch King isn't another test. It's the only chance we have. I mean, yeah. But to be fair, his power level in in the Rise of the King would be bigger. We have the Witch King witchcraft, the Gaulish technology, and the Lich blessing with us. We are more perfect, more powerful than anyone else alive. Oh, this is the twins. But we can still die. They haven't turned us into immortal war machines. They give us human bodies and feelings, making us like into them, pushing us towards that end since the beginning. Let's think about something happy, Hildegard. If we really can kill Witch King, what would you want to do? You don't need me to say it, I already know it. You want freedom? Every time you pick up the sword, it's for the same reason. You can't stand those arrogant nobles, the ones who don't even trust us like people. You never could. What about you? You can guess, I'm sure. Who knows me better than you? To be fair, I can understand. The moment you are a tiny teensy bit different, they either want you so bad, or they just want you like, sees you like trash. Soon all the clouds will fade away like with the last thread of golden light. We need to destroy the Genesis horn, quick. Are you giving up? You conspired with the Lich to use to obtain the Witch King ultimate power, right? That power getting under control would mean granting Lithuania her sharpest sword. But Fremont and I have tried so many different methods to force our way into that space. It's really something. One who finally managed to open the way was an outsider. I mean, sometimes you need a different approach, and outsiders are often for that. Whatever her motives, she has given us a chance. I will not allow an unknown threat to continue looming over Lithuanian. Of course, I would rather descend more safely and discreetly, but at least we can end it now. If you have made up your mind, the leeches will show you the throne of the Witch King. Evergarde. Do not misunderstand me, Lithuanian's eternal grace. I am but a lowly messenger. Kill me, and you will gain nothing but the threads scattered on the wind. I received a message from the monster. He is presently within the Genesis horn. I definitely understanding. Instead of your wifey Dorothy, will it become Emmergarden? Will she be replaced? Or oh wait, I forgot. I'm so sorry. You put 6 Lee as well. Are you also making him your husband type? I will not regret saying that on stream. Only by joining forces with the Astra authority to once again strike down the power of the Witch King will you disperse the dark clouds hanging over Zwillingstürme. Very well done. But the master also warns that the Genesis horn is unstable as you and he both anticipated. Once the Witch King power dissipated, the spire of the Witch King within the void will collapse. Losing the barrier between reality and Kreak may cause even more of a serious problem. When the final moment comes, your choice will be decide the fate of Lithuania, as it ever has. The one that you got to 6 foot. But a single thread. Leeches always come and go with the wind, free enough to be oh so irritating. Michael, I'm here. Find the leech from before and then the young man raised by Fremont. Do what you can to protect the people in amphitheater. And it's off chance that... Is there an off chance? You and Emigon will surely return victorious. Once more, what is our mission? To eliminate any threat to Lithuanian at its source. Good. The Golden Rose stands ready. Remember, your signal is my command. When the time comes, if there's no others, they will act. Grimad. Go. Yeah. That is such a foreshadowing. At least that's how I feel. Lieslotte, we should move out too. Both the Liches and the Curvison always talking about the fate of Lithuanian. What about our fate? We've been here, atop the 2 tallest spires on Lithuanian over 2 decades. Does Lithuanian really belong to us, or are we just her chosen vessels, carrying the fate of the country on sword and shield? Let's deal with the problem at hand first. That's a sentence I heard too many times now. Our duet remains tactic, but this is the way we are born, no? As so long as we play, we cooperate. That's the mission we have been given. No matter the time, we will always have our understanding. Indeed. I have no doubt that we will once again achieve victory for Lithuania. But sooner or later, you will have to face me, to answer me. Hildegard, when we kill the Witch King again, what will you want to do? You're taking such a great risk to bring the future to Lithuania. But what is that future? A choice. And hope. Okay, this is really annoying, this guy. Oh, it's getting louder. You can't kill the echoes. They died a long time ago. They are emerging from another space. The twins are ready to enter the Genesis horn. The spatial turbulence will once more be intense there. We will need to use the string to hold... My bad. Sorry for the burps. But who knows how long we can drag it? Go on. This is something only a lich can do. As for me, I must cover the old man in Ebenholt's retreat. By only blocking these dark things can people be safe. That's the only way those who enter the Genesis horn can return safely. Do you need me to stitch up your wounds for you? 9. The pain keeps me awake. I nearly forgot. Right, that allows you to move in the suit by the notes. Unlike the other Lithuanians in the amphitheater, who mostly succumb to the altered tone of the golden stars. Okay, to be fair, if you're getting hit by the swords, you will get hurt. That's a good thing too. If they heard the sounds of the remnants emanating from the land of the dead, they will lose their minds. The Kusaswasa and the twin empresses are doing what they can to weave melodies and defend the people's sanity. Once the Kaiserin stop playing and enter the Genesis horn, only the Kusaswa will be left. Their arts are still very strong, but arts are arts. How can they resist the chaos of void? The same goes for you, Lassie. When both your body and will are being consumed, your blood will run dry. Are you saying that I'm not an immortal lich? So what if you were? This precisely because we are liches we understand the absolute nature of chaos. It's like unto boundless knowledge. Then what should we do? Admit our insignificance and helplessness and do nothing? And wait for a greater power to crush us? Or wait for your chaos to devour us? I won't. I'd rather take my life into my own hands and listen to the sound of the last drop of blood falling from my wounds as I collapse. Stubborn. I still remember all those years ago when the master rescued you from the Granemeyer. We all thought you were minutes from death. You were so small, so thin, so fragile, like you would shatter if touched by a strand of thread. But you survived, covered in scars, and with a temperament more and more like the master. Danke. It was you who helped me survive, just like the liches have helped Lithuania for so many years. The trains are moving. I should find the other liches. Let's say my unorthodox little brother. Ah, I will listen for your voice on the wind. I just hope that I find with my threats won't be your dying breath. Oh damn. But I mean that's hopeful, but it's kind of. The dead won't feel pain or exhaustion. They search endlessly from the cracks between reality and chaos, repeating the last haul they gave before death. Once the movement is gone, it will be just you making such noise? It sounds truly awful. Oh, he's using his... But he doesn't do that. After so many years of hard work, Leslie has grown accustomed to focusing all his attention to the edge of his blade. The theme of Lithuania will be rewritten by each and every one of us. And before that, it's just a battle. Victory or defeat, life or death. None of it bears the consideration. No, it was such an epic chance to make an epic CG. Oh well, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. May this radiance shine forever. Oh, thank you for the subscription, cute little kitty. Thank you very much for subscribing again. And thank you for the blessing. Okay, we have... This is the boss battle, so we kind of need to be a little bit too serious, right? Okay, I need to drink. Hold on. I played so many times with Viviana and there's only 70% increase. Okay. There we go. After Holy Scene is over, after this whole event is over, I will go play Danganronpa. Or Pokemon. What are you hiding under the covers for? Are you writing a letter? Shh. Tante Cora's about to come. She will be angry if she sees me awake this late. Oh, are you writing too? Vati! I pestered Tante Cora for 2 weeks before she finally agreed. to sneak me out to a poetry recital at Luxembourg Universiteit, and I want to tell Vati all about it. I was going to write it tomorrow, but I'm afraid I will be too late by the time we get back. Not that I have many ways to send them. I will just store them somewhere safe, along with all my nice novels. But why? Since I decided not to eat candy anymore, I have to put away those childish fantasies too. But didn't you always want to be like those knights? With their shining sword spears sparkling like the sun. Didn't you want to visit that radiant, glowing country? They're too far. It's just all too far away. Mitty's not here anymore. And Vati, he's by himself. And I'm on my own too. I don't want to be too far from him. I asked Tante Cora how long it takes for us to get back to Stormland from Zwillingstürme. And the fastest route would be only 2 days. So if Vati needs me, I can always. But your Vati doesn't even know you stayed behind. He'd definitely be mad if he did. But I don't regret my choice. I begged Tante Cora to help me stay here in Ruthenian, instead of following her to the Grand Tide territory like he told me to. Oh! This is still the past, but this is like a what if. She is seeing the real Viviana sees a what if story. What if she never left to Casimir? But what if she still stayed here? Even if I have to hide, even if he can never know. Tante's helped us so much. My Mitty said she's super strong, super brave, and super gentle. But even so, I'm sure she needs people by her side too. She's always been by herself. I can't do much, but I can at least hold her hand. I know what you exactly mean. Oh, Cora! The one that died by Viviana's hand. I can't say you made a bad choice. You're giving up on more things, but at the very least you could have few regrets. It's Tante Cora. I think someone stopped her to talk. I go take a look. You should get to bed. A rare event. Has the Twin Empress's favorite actually come here on her own accord to meet with us drags? Finally made up your mind? All because of the Hawkbird girl? Viviana is too sensible for her own good. She takes after her both Lucinda and Werner. If I had a daughter myself, I can only hope she'd be as tough and kind-hearted as her. The day in the car, she suddenly begged me to let her stay, and I thought maybe things would work out better this way. Better for Werner and better for me. And with her around, I can feel myself gradually calming down this time. When I pass by Carl Smith Street, sometimes I feel like I can see the marigolds again, blooming all over the street, as if the flowering season will never end. But her current situation says it all. As gone as covers as he may have been, he is incapable of saving his own beloved daughter. Ruthenia's illness still constrains all those who have sacrificed everything for the country's so-called rebirth. Its terminally world has lived and thrived, barring the citizens from their freedom. Still, I'm elated that the presence here has helped you to come to a decision, Concept Master. No, Cora, I didn't come here to... This shouldn't be happening. Or at the very least that she could say her goodbyes before it was too late. Countless doors stimulating opening before her. They line up succession, meandering towards an unclear horizon. She recalls every Viviana who was behind each of the doors. She sees every candle and firelight through each of their fragments. Her parents, or perhaps herself, making a difficult choice each time. Life after life. Possibility after possibility. Mutti and Vati didn't have to hide their love for each other. If everyone had accepted us, then maybe they have all been blessed by birth instead. Could we have been happy forever? If Vati could rid himself of all of his identities and duties and live a simple, ordinary life with Mutti, could we have gotten a much better ending? If you contacted McKee sooner and used the KGCC resources to return to Stormland even just a day earlier, could you have at least seen him one last time? If people could see you as someone ordinary, looked at you without scrutiny, mockery or pity. If you found a more perfect image or just the right words, would you have written of the brilliant marigolds and gentle silhouettes before you? If you could just be accompanied by books in peace, would it have been less painful? You deserve a better life than this, Viviana. If there really is one. But why? Why does every last one leave me so disappointed? Viviana's heart heard the sound of something moving. Doors collapsed, distant but clear, like snow losing grip on a mountaintop. The beginning of an avalanche. Is there such a thing as a second chance? She walks towards the nearest door, a new one, just like every other she had walked into. Will there be a better choice behind this door? A more satisfying resolution? A fewer regrets? With that in mind, she already opened the door. The Genesis. The Zwillingstürme space is extremely unstable. Julia Schuler. Your promotion was correct. I understand that you won't leave. So please stick to the resonance pipes as much as possible to keep yourself safe. What about you, Executor? I must find Arturia. The sooner, the better. Frau Kialo should have already met the person she wanted to. She's a dangerous individual and should come back with me to Laterano. But if she truly seeks the Witch King, then she could be in danger right now. Federico turns around and looks into the distance. Ever since Julia had activated the retrofitted resonant pipes, the scenery around him has gradually cleared up from both near and far. And with that, Arturia's destination is no longer in question. Off the far edge of his sight stands a gigantic black tower, interwoven with scarlet and surrounded by a cluster of spires he has never seen before. Her Executor, before we go our separate ways, can you tell me how Jan is doing these days? He has encountered some common growing pains. Loris Borden left him a sum of money, but judging by his own wishes, he may very well leave Lithuania and make a living in another country. That's fine too. That boy has always been swimming with ideas. Senor Schul, you may appear have more questions for me. The Caprian woman quickens her footsteps just slightly as Federico continues at his usual pace, giving a slight lead. Loris, is he already dead? I never said. Her Executor, you clearly the type to dive headfirst into your work without a second thought. But you seem particularly concerned with my affairs. You wouldn't willingly put your mission on hold like this for no reason. I heard from Loris how Laterano Neutral Hall works and his will. Prior to Das Kaiserine Fest, Loris Borden died in the sewers near Borden Hof's Forest Park while trying to prevent the Lich King's remains from inciting a revolt. His final message before death was a phone call which he expresses his hope that someone else would take over Julia's Schuler's case. For 15 years, he resented the city of Zwillingstürme, loathed his work at Grandemeyer, and treated everything apart his final battle with indifference. His sole preoccupation was your case, And as a former citizen of Laterano, his final request can be considered his last will and testament. I'm going to drink, hold on. That said, the case now solved and it's no longer possible to investigate any further, but I did find a letter addressed to you in his residence. I read it only once, but I have memorized. I can recite it to you if necessary. However, the contents are full of rather emotional expressions, such as, when I decided to get to the bottom of your case, that gross monster summoned me to his office. He slapped me with the face and said, Lithinia expletive omitted, "Don't you dare think your military success gives you the right to pick fights with everyone." Julia, I hate Zwillingstürme. I hate that I am unable to... Her executor. Loris wasn't that sort of man. The Loris I know never was the type to call himself a hero or anything like that. But he was the first soldier to set foot in the Witch King's spire. He was the only fool to join the Grande Maya and silently protect the city, despite owning a title. The only officer ready to defy the noble to protect civilians. He knew things weren't perfect either in Laterano or Lithuania, and many things needed changing. But someone harboring hope in their heart will never give in to despair. Never. Julia stops in her tracks and begins mumbling to herself. Federico follows suit and looks at her quivering soldiers from behind. He does not move. The young executor listens in silence, attempting to analyze the emotion in her words. Senor Schuler, are you disappointed with Loris Borden? In truth, he was only... I am not, executor. I just feel sorry for him. I'm the reason he became like that, right? But I was actually... The pipe organ suddenly sounds a distant, following a huge energy pulse. Federico subconsciously pulls out his gun, going to accept his proposal. Federico turns back to Julia. A mist flits through his hands, and the Caprine moment before no longer exists. Only nothingness remains, as always has been. He suddenly recalls the flower from the Sanctuarium Ambrosii. Back then he felt that flower could be the answer to his confusion. Now he finds himself in a similar situation with no one in front of him. The primary difference is that he is still unable to comprehend the truth from the situation and the place he is in. A place devoid of laws or solid footing, only endless dangers and unknowns. This was Julia Schuller's second death. My preliminary deduction that she was caught in a wave of abnormal energy caused by a violent impact to the Genesis horn. I will not move to verify the precise cause immediately. In short, this too was an accident. An accident that has once again destroyed her life. And once again she was unable to react in time. Federico is an outstanding executor. He has been with the Natural Hall for 7 years and carried the title of Saint for 2. Damn! He calls himself an executioner and executor, and has witnessed countless deaths, but this was the first time he has truly sensed someone's emotion in their final moments. She lived in her own Zwillingstürme for an eternity, as she loved and regret. Even death was unable to shake her belief in life. Simple. Oh, the color! The bloom is now full in purple-yellow color. I guess this is the first time he saw color. This is hypocritical, not your silence ails me, Sancta. Julia, the twins created by Laporte and Vermont are currently attempting to brute force their way into my pavilion. Frail consciousness cannot withstand the resulting energy waves. No, it's not just her. Suddenly the energy blows away a layer of mist like a breeze, revealing the breathing footstep, joy, and grief hidden beneath. These emotions are no, they've always been here, all over the pavilion. If a soul is like an instrument, then at this very moment she feels the vibration of countless strings. A chorus. I could only see Julia because of my acquaintance with Lawrence, and I only had a brief contact with her. But there are so many ordinary souls living inside your palace. They exist as information and walk as Lithuanian. Form and identity, nothing more. But privacy is a luxury that I do not allow in my pavilion. Sancta. I believe you came to verify a future? I think I've already got my confirmation, in a way. Why exactly do people develop a self? And how does one become strong enough to go up against the approaching crisis or a predestined doom? We all exist within order. Rules and commandments serve as the Tyrannos' anchors and cables, enabling faith to traverse the entire lands and providing a target for the prayers of believers. The law is our piety. Lithuanian, however, is the result of the Golden Star. Through its system, aesthetic, models, and morals, 10 different regions with no common cultural identity joined together as a unity that has lasted 1,000 years. Experience inherited through generation, law, forge, and writing, concept established by convention. These exist a priori, and from it an order is formed. They guide how we should think, speak, and deal with ourselves as well as others. And so it becomes our instinct, engraved into our very flesh and blood. But the order has its imperfections. It's rigid, unequal and indifferent. It separates us. Lateranus orders offers redemption to its believers, but the gates of paradise do not open for the sarcasm. It refuses to provide bread for their empty stomach or roofs to shelter them from the rain. Aegean and Iberia face the same dangerous ocean, but their respective orders forbid them to keep watch at the same lighthouse. Our order rebels against us, and we yearn for it still, calling for its imperfection. Only order is desired. Lateranus' law hover barely above 100 words, and Lithuanian themes has long been concise. Their minds are shallow, their pride is false, their senses are dull. They regard only the dead as eternal. By the time they are timid, yet they are also fearless. What is your answer then, Sancta? What do you desire? Emotion. We exist in the present, a river whose running flow are feelings, and a discordant and capricious reflection of the moment we are living in. Feelings are built into emotion, and emotions shape our souls. Our emotions are varied and profound. We are the love, the hatred, the appreciation, and the lament we harbor when the emotions call upon our reflection. And through these encounters, we come to understand life itself. They were the torch we wielded to repel the shadow of death long before the birth of laws, religion, politics, or science. We are born as prodigies in utilizing our emotions, and thus we are connected. Are you referring to the apathy between the Sancta? Indeed. Language is not without its limit, and it was an impossible chasm to leap over, empty as arches across the emotion quiver. It's a precious gift to my kin, through which we can read each other's feeling. But it's also utterly unfair. It creeds are too vague, and our benediction too narrow, like a rule written only to serve Lateranus' order. So you crave a true empathy? You seek an empathy from within, with a wider yet deeper range what you call emotion, that connects everyone on all lands as one. An interesting delusion, Sancta. I searched, I tried, and failed. which I mentioned it, at the dilapidated monastery, Sancta and Sarkis had been fighting side by side against life miseries and their own wavering faith, all to protect our heart-earned garden. But when the true disaster came knocking our doors, we found that our kin, who had understood and accepted us for 6 decades, still harbored doubts in their hearts, fissures in their faiths. We were always strangers, nothing more. Emotions are real as the fragility of our minds. We are good at avoiding pains, even muting ourselves on it. Conversely, that helps mask our own feebleness. As a result, people cannot feel what others feel. Tragedies will always transpire as long as the barrier remains. And you and your music endeavor are unshackled people by confronting them with their true hearts, just as the one would polish an instrument on sandpaper. You attempt to strengthen their souls by guiding them through their regrets. This is the duty you have long since imposed upon yourself to perform? Yes, Your Majesty, because to this day I've been seeking confirmation. Okay, fair enough. This is getting too much. I have a future in mind. Continue. In that future, everyone possesses a more powerful soul. Our strengths are unequal unlike yours. Where the tenacious soul can't be shaken by anything in this mortal realm, and even death is powerless to wipe away your struggles, pursuit, and conquest. Others are like those Korra, Yulia, or those souls in the palace. They are unconcerned with greater undertaking, and simply love the lives they live. But they dare to fight against the turbulent waves that are engulfing them. Of course, we will persist in our pursuit of happiness, but more importantly, we will no longer avoid pain or be ashamed of it, as we should suffer and we will suffer. Our apathy, doubt, confusion, remorse, shame, grief, these complex emotions will no longer leave scars deep within our hearts, nor will they remain untouchable beyond the realm of words. We will no longer shy away from self-expression, nor will we struggle to find ways to do so. We will understand how to live with ourselves. Sancta, the results of your performance are often unsatisfactory. You should know that for most, emotions are inadequate guidelines. And wholly following one's heart will only lead to dire consequences. Even he knows. Crafty is a creator, who, for each house built, has orchestrated a blizzard that brings its ruination. Yet you hope for your future to include everyone? An amusing delusion. No, Your Majesty, it must include everyone. Indeed, your existence is exception to the laws and reason that govern these great lands. Born from order, yet ruling over it, your incredible personality, formidable strength, boundless knowledge, adventurous spirit, and subversive insight, all condensed into essence of one. You have glimpsed beyond the horizon of perception into the black woods of mystery, and even wielded the power to averse the unknown in your hand. But they are also the root of your madness, your downfall. These extraordinary qualities and a nigh unattainable achievement built upon them, they cease to exist with your demise. It's a cage trapping us all, and we should not expect any individual to break it open, however powerful its soul is. Therefore, everyone needs a strong soul. They need the power to empathize. We are able to share our knowledge, experiences, abilities, and insights, all via our emotional bonds. Then there will be no crisis able to endure our ties. No defeat will be to tear down our report. There will be no truth irrevocable, no pain incomprehensible. Okay, I'm stopping saying those long words. It's just too much for my voice to keep up. Thus I am here. If a strong soul can truly exist, strong enough to resist a predestined doom, then by no means should I ignore it, the future. Much have you witnessed and experienced and devoted you are to the power of emotions. When, then, did you not seek it from yourself, Sancta? Are you reading my mind? You have been doing this from the moment I arrived at your throne. Is this your true performance? A performance that benefits a performer like you, pilgrim. Everything in my pavilion I command at will. They are mine. To be fair, yeah. Accumulated gold? Oh, Stefano. Unrecognizable sorrow? Oh, this guy is definitely the definition of emotion sorrow. Hopeless disappointment. Powerful courage. Endless regret. Unwavering affection. There's no performance. No performance will allow such cruelty and arbitrary. You do not come to a common understanding, nor are you his joy and sorrows yours. You have thrown open the gate to your mind, and he's the guest and the host. The Athenian history has recorded how the Witch King reformed and rearranged his people, his orchestra and army. Disobedience is not tolerated, nor possible. Sancta, if emotions had forms, by all rights you should be the fullest individual I ever met. But I sense you are nothing. Why? Because you use yourself as a mirror, reflecting the emotion of others. 9. You do not see and tell, you receive. You are receptive and whose content is overflowing with the emotions of others, with no room of your own. You feel that what they feel, but at the same time nothing. You endure the knots of others while further tightening yours, a state that resembles only chaos. Atoria feels a pair of hands on her. They stretch into the lake bed of her consciousness, and do not stop here, but stir up the mud at the bottom, arriving at the void in the very depths. Suffocation resembling a rushing river, scrubbing every nook and cranny of her consciousness as thoroughly engulfs her within. I see. I saw your only truth. The Witch King remained silent for a long time. Atoria has never felt her heart beat as fast as it's now. Sancta, the future you describe does have its value. Perhaps it will find its place in the river of time. However, you are the one person furthest from your utopia. If you are just respectable, just a mirror, if you cannot even see the reality you have neglected, then you have reached your end before your path has yet to reach its. Your Majesty. Your audience is over, Sancta. Your request I will not answer. Now bear witness to my end. A new guest at my pavilion. Very well. Come forward, twins. I recognize you both. At first the pipe. Okay, there we go. Zwillingstürme glowing sunset illuminates the black spire had long ceased to exist. Black and white, blue and red. You truly attached to that throne, Witch King. 23 years ago, when Hildegard and I made our way here, you were sitting on just as you are now. Summoned here late at night by a creed Your subjects crawled beneath the steps as your melody shredded their souls away, not daring to make one move. You were disinclined to even take a notice of them. Judging to your attire, you both have proclaimed yourself the Kaiserina of Lithuania. The blades painstakingly forced by the nobles are now pointing back at them, freshly sharpened. How amusing! I won't deny you, Lieslotte and I, born from your arts. Our flesh and blood, as well as our power, were born from the nobles' boring ambitions. Indeed, we are only creations. But precisely because of that, we can be loyal only to Lithuanian. Answer then, how did you serve the Lithuanian you are devoted to? Hildegard and I do not judge ourselves by our merits, Witch King. But at the very least, when the people of Zwillingstürme lift their heads, they should be able to see a brilliant sunset instead of a dark cloud brimming with the metallic tinge of blood. That's our dream and what we work towards. How naive. Do you wish to continue indulging yourself in the illusion you weaved and enshrouding your minds from the truth? Humanity is shackled by rules. Our legs cannot walk. Our eyes cannot see. And what kind of future can you possibly bestow to Lithuania, given your wayward minds and narrow sights? Is the Witch King who nearly drove Lithuania to brink actually rebuking us for our incompetence in giving her a future? Lieslotte, we don't have much time. We performed together on every one of the 23 celebrations of Lithuania's rebirth, and your skills have never faltered. I hope I can put the same trust in your combat practice. You and Lithuania have my shield, Hildegard. Oh my god, I do love the shield. It's like a big piano with those pipes, an organ, I believe that's called like that. And I like the sword of this really sharp blade. And my experience, courage and achievements, Witch King. You overthrew prejudice and the old order, more firmly entrenched than the spires are now, and brought opportunity to every Lithuanian. You gave the nation unprecedented vitality, and you were revered as the greatest monarch in its history. But then you pushed the country into war, erected even more terrifying spires, and inflicted suffering 100 times more painful to the very people you had given hope to. You were ruined by your own desires. Witch King, our widespread standards, our harmonious melodies, and our arts and morals make Lithuania what she is. But you rocked her foundation, and undermined her survival, and made her your own vessel. Your meddling turned the entire country into a resource to be exploited, and it's only righteous that everything you have explored or mastered belongs to Lithuania. So we are here to retrieve it. A spire that remains only a shadow should not exist in the first place. The thing actually lingered over Lithuania those past 23 years. What did you call it earlier? Your pavilion? A palace? No matter, today will be your last, and this place shall serve as your final grave. Originally, clusters surged from thin air, first hitting Grimna blade before fragments splashed into Evergarn the shield. Black and red entire into one, a dazzling gold, an intense purple. Their arcs are conceded to their very limits. Okay, I'm not going to describe every single detail of the attack they described. It's just a bit too much. Hold on. I need to get my water bottle. There we go. I'm back. There was the read. Sargon's golden sand. Okay. No, my nose will close up. Notes are woven, conducted and played by his hand. Notes to sing a melody of the Witch King. Notes to sing a melody for the Witch King. This mortal realm will never again know a symphony of this harsh and illogical, yet spectacular, majestic and striking. Ermengarde and Grimnard's duet is so simple in comparison. Okay, I'm not going to describe every single music here. The symphonies sing a war song. 2 generations of Lithuanian kaisers fight before the throne, and the entire pavilion both their sand table and military formation. History bends and rewinds at this moment. The Gaul flagship crosses the river valley under Corsica's one's lead. Soldiers bumping shoulders as they form a thick cloud, and they appear to storm an iron curtain like a defense line. And then the Witch King's silhouette introduced its reign at his pinnacle. He stands atop the spire, heaven and earth at his beck and call, the elements, thunderbolts and the sandstorm all at his disposal, to swallow everything, under the dust clouds of blood. Ermengarde and Grimnard's movements are unremarkable. They sneak into Vullenden in the cover of night and with a feint from the Curveston collision army and make a beeline for the spire. The spire opens its doors, welcoming its visitors. The unsuspecting spire casters rush into formation. One by one turn into red leaves of late autumn. Now this is what I want to see. I'm pretty sure this is the sword, but I cannot see the shield. I think this is the shield, like, and this is the beeline, the long purple, just like that night 23 years ago. My pavilion and everything in it are disintegrating, dying. The pavilion, its imperishable hall, is not my creation, nor the work of anything else. It is the accumulation of mankind's immeasurable sacrifices. Technology, arts, revolutionary, every choice, every regret, every affection, every hope and despair, every thought and every prayer. Okay, I'm not going to. Come on, are you kidding with this speech? The pavilion is humanity. The pavilion is our will. Through the annihilation, the will has taken form, and the form chaos the order was given birth. The true will, a will true to reveal its origin, a will firm to conquer the source. Originium. The beginning of annihilation and the source of chaos were both mine to wield, and thus I compelled Originium to reveal the nature of its being. But I became aware that no matter how Originium grows, overrides and recreates, it speaks the same truth. A truth laid bare right before our eyes all along. It says the creator who was at the source of making was also a creation. This is lore drop here. This is definitely a lore drop. Welcome back to the stream, and I'm going to drink some water. The creator of the... It says the dominator reigned long before its domain came to exist. It says hope is lost and eternity is no more. And what truth did I obtain but heavier chains and more ruthless resolve at the origin, the root of all creation, undeniable as the silence of death, and the unextinguishable as the light of stars, Crew was the maker. Val was the maker. Sly was the maker. By his hands our determination was shattered, but not annulled. Made, but not overthrown. It was force, our sharpest sword. It built our toughest prison. The truth is laid bare for all to see. But how can a seeker challenge the truth with their violation and sanity splintered? Let the truth be seen by all eyes. Let the reason be heard by all ears. Your determination has guided you to my pavilion. More will follow. You will see me a nightmare, a traitor to freedom, a triumph. But if the Genesis spy has failed to reach the boundary with its trust, then a pioneer must be there to step foot on a place beyond space and time. If the root of all creation posts nothing but shackles, then we shall be the hands holding its chains. If the Creator has willed the extinction of his creation, then we shall be the bell to toll his demise. For it cannot and will not be the truth. I will never allow it, nor will I excuse it. Hearken well, Witch King's ultimate vision, his sin, his final will. The Creator must perish. I see that your power has grown since our last meeting, twins. The portion of the Witch King which he discarded long ago is standing before him. But you have perceived not yourself, and know not freedom. You have replenished humanity. I had hoped Ruthenia's sword and shield to be more than weapons. Heed my audience. You have come before the throne to seek an answer, to pass down a verdict. Only a man's answer can sate his kin. Only a monarch verdict can convict his equals. If you succeed, if you stand fast still to very end, you must see what I did not, and be what I was not. Hope may be gone, eternity may be lost. Their death mark but the end of the Witch King, a monarch downfall. Lithuania shall stand, whose light will outshine the tallest beacon of hope. Lithuania shall live, whose name will outlast the longest river of time. He sees a Rasputin. He demands a concerto. Now thunders have joined the chorus. Meister Koning. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. His skill is like called Perish too. Ah, yeah. Okay. I do not like this song, by the way. Oh, this is kind of awkward. Placing my units like this. I'm sorry, I'm not that far. I know Koning is the king. Yeah, we cannot put that one there. It can also hurt us, so we need to watch out for that.
Qui non è successo niente. Assumo le posizioni designate.
The long nightmare awakes. The Adsos night gives away to dawn. Come and witness the death of the king and the death of the Genesis creation.
Ricevuto. Silenzio.
Okay, when they're standing still, it's pretty bad. It damages them, right? Yeah, it damages them. Oh lol, look at that. I think we need to wait a bit. We're using this thing to make it this row easier. Oh, there he is. Attack! Attack! Oh wait, now we have this one. No, we need that.
Fortuna ti ha abbandonato. Ora te la vedrai con me.
No, attack this thing. There we go.
わリンゴちゃん
Oh, no, it's gone again. I don't like this damage, by the way.
ソーダに注いで
Ah, yeah.
Serve trattenersi. Una volta svelato un segreto, non c'è nulla da nascondere. Falli a pezzi. Ti stai aspettando? Sta per calare il sipario.
Sorry, I just only killed this guy. Oh! Huh? Ah!
Questo gioco è questo ti farà tacere. Assumo le posizioni ricevuto. Lo spettacolo non è ancora cominciato.
Stop giving me the mark!
Lo spettacolo non è ancora cominciato. E già guarda Zaro. Questo gioco è ciò con cui siamo. Lo spettacolo non è ancora. Questo ti farà tacere. Guarda, siamo sotto i riflettori. Più fai veloce.
He's teleporting them again! No, this is the true part coming out.
No tardará mucho.
Oh, that's the song that we're waiting about. Oh my god.
Guarda Zaro. Questo gioco è ciò con cui siamo nati noi umani. Guarda Zaro.
無重の羽ばたく雲のマシュマロに
I can't change it!
空のシロップはとろーりと
Guarda, oh, non deludete.
What the fuck?
Amici miei.
Where the heck did he go? Are you kidding me? Okay. Okay.
Entendido. This is the destreza of Iberia.
Vermin.
Yeah, I scared him. Can my units be teleported back, please? Honestly, I want to try without doing that, but I'm terrified. I will lose. I mean, Lapland is strong. Oh, there are more things.
Guarda, ti stai aspettando? Sta per
I cannot click. It's fixed. I think that's called. Look, we lost. We found the last one here. Elfie, You don't seem very surprised to see me, Vivian. Yeah, you spent so long. Have you been reading? The Last Night. I'm currently at the third to last chapter. Behind the nameless night is a huge and lonely lighthouse. The relentless waves pushed him and his steed, Roxanne's back. Oh, this is the knight in the Undertides. Or, I mean, the Ship of Fools, I guess, both of them. But they roar as one, and towards the huge wave, as dark as the night. They charge. Eek! No spoilers, please. You spend the night reading that paragraph over and over again until you fall asleep on the floor with a pillow in your arms. And then Mitty return in the middle of the night to blow out the candles. Huh? How do you know? It's just her memory, after all. Are you leaving? I'm sorry, Vivian. I have questions about my life, and I need to look for answers. Yeah. How many have you opened already? More than 100. I already lost count. I just want to find a better possibility. And what if you still can't find one? It's better, clearly defined. Like a math problem. Okay, my nose is killing me. This whole place is philosophical questions. Why do you still carry so much regret? How can you be so sure you will ever find one in the first place? Vati always said if he waited at Marigold Island 10 more minutes, maybe he could have met with Mitty and everything would have turned out differently. A pity does not afford us the chance to start over. I mean, you're increasing your intelligence. The more you it's like the Downer-Kruger effect, I believe. The more you know, the more you don't understand. Which, if you're like working for learning math, like calculating numbers and so, the more you know, the more you just don't understand. Or maybe you're actually hoping you won't find a better answer? I'm sorry, my nose is just... I'm going back to my book. There's still time to open the next door. Okay, it's I'm sorry I had to skip a bit, but this is all about Viviana, and the tower is collapsing. When the knight charged towards the endless waves, did you imagine that he was trying to overcome the entire world? I want to leave. I don't even know what's really been going on ever since I began climbing that spiral staircase. This CG is really gorgeous. What did I say to you? Or rather, what did I say to myself? The light of a candle is dim, and its flame will always flicker at the whims of the night winds. There will always be filth coming at you, and regrets that you cannot revoke. The bafflement of finding and grief and losing will seek to swamp you over. But you must believe. The stories you once yearned for are not all legends or symbols. You have seen for yourself a radiance that can light up the entire land. A light that does not flicker, even when no one is walking the path of it illuminates. Maybe you yourself are not that radiant light, but you too have once drawn your blade to protect it. Never forget this. Viviana Droste, you are a knight. The collapse arrives. Compared to the last knight, whose nemesis was the ocean beneath the sky, she knows nothing about her enemy's identity. But soon, I wonder who she's actually fighting though. Just what is it? Those collapsed doors and their cracks. That is devouring her emotions. I actually need to eat a little tiny teensy bit here. Since I'm really getting hungry for some reason. I didn't eat a lot, that's a problem. I do also dislike effect. Tested by a dark, bitter and thorny path. A scourge in history by its legend. A knight's sword staff that even time itself can never wear away. Here and now. Oh my god. This is also really good CG. Hold on. Daar weer. That sword is really radiant. I mean, that's the sword we're like using as a chibi. Malevolent spirits take the form of sound, light, shapes, and colors, forming chaos itself. Those are the collapsals. I was only into a projection of it. Their majesties. No, more terrifying calamities in the chaos outside of the Genesis horn would befall. This place must not fall to ruin. Fremont? The twins failed. Yet you have to come to conclude my concert at the end. You have been a recapitulation in my ascension and downfall. Leave. The pavilion is disintegrating. Or are you here for your item? Your achievement in Krayek will be enough to earn the respect and fear of the people. Yet your attitude remains as loathsome as ever. Thank you, I'm going to drink. Hold on. Should I be grateful that you milked it for all its worth? That's like the same way it's saying anime, milking the anime series for longer than it's needed and make it like worthless in the end. Or at least less beautiful. I mean, Fremont is saying it himself. I've never seen you so reluctant, Witch King, but I must have been back as a role to play in Castile Survival. I dragged this on far too long. So many years have come and gone. The Lich King's court should have left Athenians ages ago. Exile? You had the chance to perform this witchcraft long ago, in the secret room in Luchwit. How long has it been, as they count time outside? 130 years or so. You have never made yourself a greater fool, Fremont. Are not a knot you latches tie inside the veil, one that resonates with your life. It's impossible for you not to feel its presence. Did I not already return it to you long ago? Fremont. The item is a constant keystone which the leeches accumulate their time. You are always one step ahead of death. I am not. In fact, you refuse to acknowledge. Why? Because there's karma. The moment the entire space is soaked, the lich strains finally enveloped the Witch King, embracing and tangling, most forming a coffin-like shape. You have no words for me but farewells at this moment. Tell me, Fremont, my dearest friend, why is the spire still lacking? Only his final murmur remains in the air, as weighty as an interrogation, as light as a sigh. She does not know when it happened, but Arturia finds herself standing before the spire. She is still in a daze. There's no one unable to answer her question. Any sigh are silenced. So those were your parting words, and your answer. Henceforth, Lithuania will never again have a Witch King. So this is where you are, Arturia. Federico. Even a Witch King, known far and wide as history's most powerful soul, was unable to resist inevitable demise. Freeze. Lithuania's twin empresses have already intervened directly, and the overall impact in this case has far exceeded the initial risk assessment of the mission. Once this is concluded, I will contact Pope the 6th as soon as possible. Until then, your freedom will be restricted until we can return to Laterano. No. You can pull the trigger now, Federico. Right this very moment, in the chaos known as Kreeg. You are the only one before my eyes, and there's no one I can perform for. I've lost my music. I won't run. I can't play any games either. There are holes in your logic, Arturia. I think she experienced through despair, not able to know what she should do. The Witch King is dead, so naturally the bubble he was bracing will also burst. Is he really no longer here? You don't believe me your own eyes, even after dropping that attitude of yours not so long ago. So in the end, Grimnard and Avigan are still the ones who could kill him. Wonderful, only you sound mildly disappointed this time. One day you look back on today and realize with even more clarity just how fortunate you were to turn away from the fate that lay before you. The shadow wrapped the throne, stretching all the way along the steps before gradually colloiding around the entire spire. Yeah, no, it's not Doritos. It's a chocolate with some milk and a wafer, like holding them together. With maybe some... No, there are no nuts. Maybe tiny teensy bits of hazelnut. But there's definitely hazelnut paste in it. Ha! My shadow, don't let deceive you. What you see are my threads, my destiny, my essence of my being. You are the second Lithuanian besides the Witch King to perceive my true form. You're using your life threads to uphold the collapsing space? But aren't they more important than flesh and blood to you liches? Witch King did a lot of disgraceful things, but he was right about one thing. Annihilation is almost upon us. If we let Krieg leak out and deep fry Lithuanian into a cavity of nothingness, we will be gone, lich or not. So run, little lamb. This place can't hold the living for much longer. Leave this tomb quickly, lest death catches up to you. Shadows crawl over the old lich's body. Shades of black instantly split into countless threads. They fly towards every falling piece of debris and crack in the void. But the vibrations still intensify. It's too late. The collapse is right before us. Can it rain in the space too? Oh, there's a hair from on threads. He always kept himself so neat and tidy. Unlike other niches, I never seen him grow so many threads. The Genesis horn can no longer support this place. We need to return to reality before this place falls completely apart. We need to find a way out first. A brilliant ray of arts? Empress voice Viviana Droste. I should have fought alongside your high majesties. Please forgive me my tardiness. It's you. Viviana, your light is somewhat brighter than before. It's because I saw through darkness. I was just walking along an endless spiral of staircases, witnessing the collapse of one possible reality after another. I was almost swallowed by chaos. After that, at some point, I caught a glimpse into the darkness and I haven't the slightest idea what I saw. Perhaps it was the deepest of dreads, the largest of voids, a completely disarray, and a calamity we cannot comprehend. They lay dormant within the chaos, and I felt their gaze upon me. Grimnot, Emigande. The enemy is advancing like a blitz. They are about to invade everything known to us. Even she knows it. I can't feel the threads anymore. Oh no. The threads are all vibrating together. They are so intense I can't make out one connected to the Genesis horn. Lessing! Wait, I really want to eat this piece of chocolate though. Frau Emmergarte, her mayor is over here. He shouldn't have. He's still standing. I'm not dead yet. Phew, my threads are a mess. It's hard to sense you even at this distance. And the professor were still connected earlier. A balance, okay. But there are things looking bad, all gone wrong. They're no longer making any noise. Nine, it's not just the dead. The music, it stopped. The Witch King, the twin empresses. Martha, the whole theater has fallen silent. Every piece of music, every sound has vanished. As if someone has used the largest scale silencing arts ever cast. Those who lost control of themselves in the chaotic noise have now lost their surface level agitation. But this dread does not last for long. It expands into a blank space and a peak, a void. Something seeps out the void. Something that's eroding and annihilating everything. Order collapse. Chaos wishes to tarry, but cannot. The calamity within the void. The vacuum that corrodes all of existence. The eyes have noticed us. No wonder our threats couldn't stabilize the space on both sides. What's coming for us? It sure would be nice if our enemies were tangible. The scariest part is that they might not even appear. The guy gets its name from emptiness. It's just a void, so place where nothing at all. Conversingly invading our reality. What do you think it will happen? We need to get the old man and the others out right away. Then they figure out a way to block the passage. Emma, can you hold the old man still hear each other? We're cutting it close. All this mess, I need time to find the end of the right thread connecting the two sides. But they will never get out without it. Did he fail? Grandma failed? That's impossible. Get back there. Think, fool, think. What about what's concerning you the most? Grandma, I can't. She should have given you a final order. If she doesn't come back. If time runs out and the guests don't receive a new order. I see their last result will be annihilating Zwillingstürme. For once I agree with her choice. It's the one thing we all die here, but we must not let Lithuanian and everyone else outside the country die with us. Wait, the knot must move now. People inside haven't given up yet. Let's hold on, just a little bit longer. And regarded, does this not count as a threat between the two sides? It will have to. I'm trying my best. And if the connections stabilize, the professor and I may be able to focus on the artcast on the knot to stabilize the passage. We're counting on you, Ebenholtz. We're still in this cutscene! I know it's like an important cutscene, but come on, let me just eat my choco. I can feel lessing. They are close. And you think that's a good thing? Craig and reality are once again drawing near, like two bubbles stacked on top of another. No more like a bubble balanced on the tip of a needle. Even the slightest bit closer and the bubble will burst. So if I pull the knot and move further away, will you and Emma be able to stabilize the passage? Stay away from the edge of the bubble. Scheibe, little lamb. You're going to get yourself caught in the void. Yeah, this is, let's see. Casual movie. Hold on, I'm going to take... There we go. My voice has been stabilized. Fate will always be snatching things away from us, but fortunately I still retain the ability to love and hate. Zwillingstürme, glowing sunset, marigolds in bloom, a child's eyes glistening like a lake, and her gentle parents. I love the scenery when people I cannot see. They illuminate me, dispelling the darkness obstructing the eyes of many. But I also hate it. I hate how brief the flowering season is, and the formless wills constricting everything I love. My child, your brows have been knitted ever since you have returned to Lithuania. You ask me, where's the new order? Can you guarantee it will be better than yesterday or today? There's no way I can answer you, so I just decide to do as I have. Love means responsibility, and hate will likewise attract even more. You must take responsibility for the things you have changed, and have yet to change. My child, my friend, if you love, if you hate, then you will be a far more than you can imagine. I doubt. Oh, it's the Sancta priest. If cowardice, then why did I mix the flesh and blood of those monsters in the sacramental bread and wine, willing to place my hopes in a different faith? If bravery, then why did I retract my hand? Did the vivid and hideous living tissues frighten me at the very last moment? For 60 years I could not see that elusive paradise, while my life fell apart before my eyes. I do not want to pray, but that's all what I can do. Who wrote the laws? And who ensures their purity and integrity? I dare not to say that I have already rid myself of delusions embedded in the depths of my mind. No, I still harbor doubts. The monastery gets further and further away. I doubt our laws. Okay, I'm not going to retract what I said like eons ago with this priest. I hate alcohol, but I found myself unable to live without it. It's been a long time since Julia's death. 3 years? 5 years? Twice I ran away. The so-called holy city of Laterano is not as perfect as it seems. The sweetness and noise and the air mask, the difference between Libri and Sancta seeming not worth discussing. I was still young when I came to Lithuanian. I was the first soldier, but I never once believed that his defeat would usher a new era for Lithuanian. Julia was wrong. I was always been pessimistic. Disappointed making me sober. Disappointment compels me to look for a few good things to protect. But in the end, I reached my compromise with my disappointment and ended up like this. If souls truly have a final destination, then I probably won't be going to the same place as her. But surely I protected at least a few people. At the very end, I want to ask her executor, Julia, and myself. Do I still count as a hero? Am I walking? Oh, this is the POV of Arturia. Okay, my voice is really dying. I seem to be walking on grass. Out on a lawn in the rain. I'm attending my first funeral. My thanks to Arturia. It was her music that helped me free from my tatters. And thanks to you, Marcelo. Thank you for blessing me with such a wonderful life all these years. I doubt we will apart for long. Once this war is over, we will be together again. I stand before the gravestone, watching guests walk up one by one to pay their respect to my mother. Not for now. No cavities for anyone. Fede, once again, I couldn't control my own music. Arturia, you revert death so much. Death erases one existence so easily and puts all emotion to rest. You are silent. How much more do you need to perform as you wander endlessly about? Every silence will be played, and every composition must have its conclusion. I saw only your truth. You are so fragile. Oh. Oh, it's the guy I saw. No, not yet. Good call. Mass hallucination. This is the third time I've seen something like this. But the situation here is much more serious than the Sonata Spire. It's on a different nature. The Genesis horn has crumbled after the Witch King demise, and Krayek is about to collapse into reality. It's not simple as hallucination either, but rather they're unable to resist the onslaught of chaos, and their various profound emotions are leaving them. What you're hearing from them now is only emotion they have left, and they're most intense. What are you doing, Arturia? The guild is not the law, morality, exemplary aesthetic. Order cannot help them to resist the all-preserving chaos. Everyone in the plaza will turn into an empty shell of themselves, one by one, as they lose their very last scrap of emotions. We need to bring them back to their senses. You alone are special here, Federico. That guy has emotions? For the most, how can there be no will without emotion? Only with emotion and emotion alone can people preserve their ego. These people are blank, I should say. You still plan to play their tunes? No, this time my performance is about me. Because she is the mirror herself. It's about my own emotion, and I will share them with everyone else. As the Witch King did say, she is a mirror. But a mirror can only reflect. But if she puts a mirror before her, she will give everyone back their emotions. It sounds like another form of empathy. Yes, you have tried many times to destroy the foundation of Laterano's empathy. You turned your back on Laterano long ago. Turned my back on Laterano? Maybe I didn't care, but never once I left Laterano of my own will. I just strongly disagreed with the order represented by their law. As for empathy, there are actually limits. I will explain more details later, but for now, the countless people before us. They used to cry with all their might, to smile with enthusiasm, and even now they are trying to almost retain the very last bit of emotion they experience in their lives, right up until their final moments, even if they can no longer realize it themselves. Be it the Witch King or Julia, everyone is equally great and praiseworthy, but also equally incomplete and fragile. This is our ego, the very essence of our humanity. We must become strong, but we must also leave room for our fragility. This is why we need a future where we can all stand side by side, sharing our joys and sorrows. I am perceiving myself, Federico. At this very moment, I can only give hope to others, if I harbor hope myself, and likewise with love. I want to use this tiny shred of ego to connect every sorrow and joy. Sound of your string. People are coming your way. The young noble face is showing an expression. An emotional reflex. Involuntary reaction. Our soul needs time to re-accept everything. Operation assessment. Your actions will help stabilize the situation. Executor Federico Giallo will assist you. I will allow no one to interrupt you until you've finished playing. It is really a good piece. Yet to completely erode it. How beautiful the sunset is, like a blaze set aflame when the shackles are smashed open. The Sancta is performing. Even holds avant-garde. The passage is stable. As long as you stay awake, they will be out in no time. Michael, wake up! My tuba? The tuba is heavy and you're tired, correct? Then say it, you're but a child. There's no need to hide what's in your heart. You're afraid? That's normal. Adults fear me, as do nobles older than yourself. Even the most ferocious castles fear me. They believe my sword will pierce through their chest the moment it crosses my mind too. Yet you are unafraid? And you want to be my voice? Have you really thought this through? No, that doesn't matter. You're just a child, after all. No, who knew nothing when your kin sent you here? Don't cling to my leg. I can wield my sword if you like this. Fine, I will just assume you're tired. You will have to practice your instrument and arts later, in your own room. There are nobles waiting outside to see me, so I won't be coming back here today. you can take a nap or play for a while. If you still want to be an Empress voice, we can discuss it again when you're able to carry a tuba. Also, don't think that you have become just one, because that's what Lupicorn expects of you. We cannot choose where we are born, but we're able to choose when to turn around. Our responsibility should not be forced on us by others. You will have the right to play the horn I gave you when you... and decided on what you want to stand here as. I remember now. I have to play my tuba. I have to tell the Gezagsbaasje everyone is safe. I won't disappoint you. Mijn meisje staat. Grimma. Fine work, Michael. The cello. It sounds so clear. Is Frau Giallo helping us? She's helping everyone. At the very least, we still have our souls for the moment. We can still fight. Viviana, find Vermont and ensure everyone in the space returns to Terra. What about you and Grimaud? Us? Naturally, we will fulfill the duty we always shouldered. To keep any and all threats away from Lithuanian. Finally, just the two of us now. The final melody has already resounded. Lieslotte, your shield will cover the twin towers and everyone under the spires. And your sword. My fate has long decided from the moment I stepped into this place. No, from even before that. Once the Genesis horn broke away from the plants Vermont and I had drafted for it, the descendant from the scent of Zwillingstürme. There's only one choice left to me. Hildegard, is there nothing else you want to ask me? Well, sure enough, your response is pretty much what I expected. The passage is closing rapidly. Darkness rushes in, filling up the tiny cracks that should not exist. You hear the enemy groans in the background. Which king built a spire here, establishing order amidst chaos? As one who inherited his power and even killed him, naturally I will be able to surpass him in this as well. The eyes in the void, the threats within the chaos, the being condensed from fear, the enemies who do not exist in reality. Demons. I, Grimaud, Keizerin of Lithuanian, and her sharpest sword. Hereby I declare that you will never invade my country. The fragments of the Genesis spire scattered in the void reunite under the command of her arts, erecting a new spire. The monuments stand between Craig and reality, blocking the eyes in the dark from preying on all living existence. The twin spires in reality, the people beneath them, and the clouds above all blend in the one under her light, becoming a blurry warm ripple, gradually drifting away from her. Grimaud does not look back. Her art, her sword, and her body have all become one with the pitch-black monument. They all say you are impossible to defeat, be it here and now, or in the distant future. I will be undone by chaos before joining it. This is my fate, but it is absolutely not the fate of Lithuanian and her people. Did something fall from the sky? The irregular clouds. Titania's people wake up from the dysposium nightmare and are immediately greeted by dazzling clouds of rosy gold descending between the twin spires. No one knows who started it, but the people eventually begin to play the instrument in their hands. It's no longer the Guldensdag or any other familiar classical piece. A brand new melody accompanying the multicolored radiance of the original arts echoed the excitement of everyone's hearts, flowing spontaneously under the rosy clouds. Did you see that, Federico? Lithuania's new hero. No, the birth of a new god. The one who killed the Witch King for the second time, neutralized Lithuanian calamity, and brought hope and vitality back to the people of this great land. Lithuania saw Kaiserin, Evigande, and the Eternal Grace. She will replace the Genesis Spire completely and become the sovereign of Lithuania's skies, more splendid than the gold of the sunsetter itself. Arknights Zwillingstürme. The people are ecstatic, and her wish is fulfilled. But this newborn god, she sheds a tear. The brilliance of her golden radiance snatches away everyone's attention, leaving the tear rolling off her face to remain in darkness for eternity.
All must return to the existing order.
Ah, not even close! Indeed. Bye. We still need to do this. How many days do I still have? 4 days. Tomorrow is 3 days. That means I have to complete all of this first. And the day after I need to complete all of this. So you have Wednesday for the challenge mode. And for the special modes for the... Oh, we don't have a lot of days. But there's so much Loxicol here. I think I will be stacked for Loxicol for a while again. Yeah, fair enough. I will do that when I'm free. It's more like, can I go through all of this? You know, this one more piece of the lore. But you know what? It's the best thing that we just finish it. Otherwise, if we don't finish it, then yeah, if we don't finish it, then we will be quite stuck. I mean, it's kind of then the next day then you need to remember what everything. It's just done. Oh, last piece? Oh, okay. I mean, it's still 20 minutes though. At least better than 1 hour. Remember the day I started this this first cutscene? It took me over an hour. Oh, that was so horrible. I mean, it's not like I don't like it. It's just horrible that it took so long. Am I that new arts teacher so scary? Maybe I got bruised by him during the training earlier. It hurts. Does it? It's nothing. The arts in our bodies will heal our wounds in no time. Oh, it's Evergarden and Evigende. Why are you crying, Hildegard? Haven't you been injured far worse than this before? No, he can't. He shouldn't be treated like this. Hand me over the wooden sword. I will go look for that caster. I will go find Leopold and everyone who treats us like creation instead of recognizing us as people with feelings. And what are you doing to do after that? Resist. You might not even achieve anything. That's fine. I just need to prove something to them all. To you and to myself. Which is that I'm alive and that my sorrow, my joy, my pain, my love and my life, that they definitely mean something. It's beautiful. It's just like it's always been. The It's getting colder lately. Autumn will be over in a month or two, but Zwillingstürme doesn't tend to see any snow, so the sunset won't wane. This is surreal. You're definitely not the type to sulcus whilst appreciating the view. What I'm trying to say is that there's no longer any traces of unrest, just after just a half a month. Wow. The Tin Spire Tower is over as usual. The clouds are splendid as always, and the people pass both the Garden Avenue and the Mount Avenue as if nothing happened at all. No, something has happened. We can't ignore that. How are your injuries? The old man said it was nothing serious, but did you stay in Kreek for a bit too long? Since it's so hard to say you're completely free of corrosion. I haven't had any more headaches since then. Sorry, my nose. You're braver than I imagined, Ebenholz. You saved so many people. I just couldn't allow those echoes harm me to hurt any more people. You met the Witch King, and whenever you cursed or killed him, you already completed the last thing you could still do. So what's next to you? I hope I'm not intruding on both of you. Ebenholz, I'm looking for you on Grimnard's behalf. And here I thought I could be Uganda to send you to punish a dead man for coming back to Lithuania without permission. What is this? Grimnard handed me 2 secret letters. One calling for you to return to Zwillingstürme, and the other granting you a final choice. Have you been saying that the spire the whole time since the incident? Officially, there's 2 Kaiserinnen in Lithuania. Grimnard is just away for the time being, and someone has to handle the mountains of paperwork she left behind. Only I can do it, as I always have. You set on that? Lithuania might have only one single spire in the future. I came here to Zwillingstürme to meet the Kaiserin 7 years ago. And Uganda didn't like my performance, my castle, or maybe my status as a Leprechaun's representative. It was Grimnard who saved me. And it didn't end here. I am her voice, and even if she didn't, and now never will, appoint me one is for real. You, me, and some other nobility. Many Lithuanians believe in the path Grimnard was seeking, right? It might lead us to an era where we won't need spires at all. There's so much more we can do. The way you're talking. You made your sin the last time I saw you, Michael. That's because, you know, I'm a growing boy after all. Ebenholz, I see you're done reading the letters, so I will take my leave now. Whatever your answer is, I hope you will be happy with it. When you see Lassie smile, it's like so uncanny. Grimnard gave me 2 options. I could get another death certificate. Not just Graf of Dika, but also as Lithuania. By dying, I will obtain true freedom. Or I could return to the Urtica Grafschaft. Let me tell you a story. Hey, hello! Welcome back to the stream! Or welcome to the stream, Galaxy! We're finally done with the story. I can finally play the game. I mean, next time, we finally can play the challenge modes. And the special modes that we also need to do. It is a long time, I know, and I was like sick in between as well, so it didn't help it either. And it didn't help like every cutscene was like 30 prelogue, battle of 10 minutes, and then another 30 minutes to the epilogue of the stage. Yeah, the event is the second longest of the game right now. I hope they are not attempting being so ambitious. Well, only my voice right now. My nose is clogging up sometimes when I talk. Well, for the moment, it's getting nicer. It's getting easier, but it's sometimes hard to breathe. While talking, of course. I hope your weekend was also a great one. I'm not very good at telling stories. Oh, look at him, he's so embarrassed. It's actually quite such a cute expression. The boys' family served as retainers to a certain atrocity for generations. From one generation to the next, the retainers fought on the nobles' behalf, shedding blood, vying for glory, and bearing any rebukes for them. Until a certain noble came along, birth tradition's system. He saw all them as worthless. Everyone looked at the same to him, mediocre, frail, and shallow. Well, gambaru and never give up. That tiny. Well, okay, I know a little bit Japanese too, but that's, I think I'm already pushing my luck right there. Well, good luck with learning Japanese. Well, if you want to explore a lot of Japanese culture, definitely learning Japanese is really nice to know. Birth tradition, he saw them all as worthless. Everyone looked the same to him, mediocre, frail, and shallow. So with a piece of paper he removed the statues of every retainer working for his family, and the boy's family obtained their freedom. Afterwards, the noble became the most controversial ruler of the history of this country. His crime eventually eclipsed into his accomplishment, and his spire was toppled, and the empire rushed a new age. Oh, this is probably the Witch King's story. Many decisions made during his lifetime were also overruled, including the decree to remove his retainer's shackles. Oh no, it's not. I'm pretty sure this is not the Witch King. But in the end, the boy never managed to enter the spire. The newly arrived noble refused to sign the documents that could get him his servant back. This new noble, as he said, was also a boy around his age. Once again, the boy obtained freedom. The boy's name was Leslie Meyer, and his newly arrived noble was you, Ebenholz, 12-year-old Graf Urtica. You will never remember it, so don't bother trying. Back then I was so full of anxiety, afraid that someone was playing a prank on me. So I asked the servant to find out what was going on. She said the young Graf's migraine seemed to be upsetting him again. He chased all the attendants out of his room, with many documents scattered across the floor. Don't take this as grumbling about some fateful arrangement. I'm just telling the truth about how unintentional move from you changed someone's entire life. You spurred your identity as well as the regret and suffering you bore from it. Of course, I'm sure you know better than anyone else how real your pain was. Ah, look at the smile. He needed a smug face. But at the same time, I hope you also know their value and how we should regard them. Danke for telling me all this, even though you were positively awful. Have I ever mentioned that experience back at the Genesis Horn? No. I didn't think of it worth bringing up before, but I suppose I can tell you what I didn't get to tell to the Witch King before he vanished in front of my eyes. I mean, it was like an awesome idea, right? The city mode. You have no heir and many descendants who shared the name Urtica. Before your time, it had yet to carry either honor or so-called disgrace. This changed because of you alone. So I will change it once more, but never by the same means you used. This is my way of mocking you. This is my shame, my cage. This is my duty, my obligation. This is my path. If the Witch King probably heard him, he will only smile in proudness. Okay, fair enough. Hold on, I'm going to drink water. There we go. Then why did you make that first earlier while you were reading the Kaiserine letters? Because there are still other matters which have suddenly became somewhat tricky to deal with. Eben Holt! Ah yeah, of course, his biscuits. I finally found you! His biscuits? Have you forgotten who you are? No. You're a Rhodes Island operator. I'm sure you read the operator menu you got after onboarding, right? Carefully, from cover to cover. What do you mean by medicine soup? I only drink water. I have no idea where my painkillers are. Wait, I'm pretty sure there are painkillers here somewhere. Hold on. I have no idea where they are. Oh no. You know, that's a problem I will fix next time. I invite all of you who to witness how 2 centuries of sin will come to a conclusion. How fortunate it was that this day of farewell has finally arrived, for I have been seeing my life path ahead of me, crystal clear. What's that she really? That's so cringe! Evolved now. Operators must go through a strict approval process whenever they apply to leave the landship. How could you just run off after leaving that unextendable letter? I haven't even had time to hand it in yet. Give it back, his biscuits. I will stay in Lithuania for the foreseeable future. I return to craft Urtica. As I like to resubmit my application to Zimark, could you please help me too? You better go see the doctor or cast in person for that. Is the landship nearby? How else would I be here? It's not that close, but we could do some business nearby to handle. You don't seem all surprised to hear that I want to return to Urtica. We have been in Edge ever since we left Visam. That's because you weren't gashing your teeth spouting nonsense this time. Which means you have thought this through. Oh no. That smirk of him. I cannot stand it. I'm sorry. That's not my type. This is what. The gentle look. It's not large. It's well maintained. Come in, Viviana. You made it. Oh, this is Brand! When Bach was presiding over the Capital project, he specifically partnered the street after the one he lived as a child. Doesn't it bear a striking resemblance to Marigold Alley? 2 years ago, a Marcraft returned to their territory to recoup from illness, so Cora bought the space, but never moved in. It was only after you came to the city that she asked me to come help clean the place up. How does it look? It's lovely. Only these vines don't have to be trimmed so much. Let them grow as they please, or they will look somewhat stiff. Alright. He's probably going to be a 6-star caster. But at least... Or a guard, depending on his uses of sword. Hey Reina, this is the first time I'm seeing your face. It's been so many years. This is the first time I've taken off the mask and shown my true face to anyone else. Not since I came to Zwillingstürme. This is my identity, my duty, and my everything. I guess shouldn't be written about the mastermind who spoiled Das Kaiserine Fest and tampered with the golden star. Herr Reine, what about what happened that day? There's no need to blame yourself, Viviana. Whenever Cora set her heart on something, she'll never look back. You could only be dragged along with her. Her eyes were already going when she joined the Reichsorchester on Werner's recommendation that year. I promised Werner that I will do my best to help the girl he saved. But I gradually came to discover that she has her own feelings, her own judgment and her own desires. She wanted to help Lucinda, to save Werner, and even to modify the Golden Star. She wanted to ensure that the kind-hearted people would never be tormented by their own regrets ever again. She was a resolute woman, and I always respected her. But she was even more courageous than I had thought. And so her fate is sealed. If it were me, I can't even imagine how it would feel. Thank you, Viviana. Have you made your decision? I went to see the Eviganda before coming here, and formally declined her offer to become a voice empress. As per protocol, new recruits have to enter the spire after the celebration and accept their majesty's appointment before they can officially assume their positions. But Her Majesty Grimnat has just lost her voice, and this year's appointment ceremony has been cancelled, so an appropriate time to submit my refusal. If this is what you decided on, then I have nothing to say. It's just that, Werner, Vivienne, this was the best, and the last thing he could arrange for you. Don't blame your father, he just lacked in freedom to do otherwise. My father let me and my mother down, but he protected so many others. Gora, the Witch King's spire, the house Hogwarts we could have implicated at any moment, and countless people of Stormland forced into a difficult position by a copy of the Golden Star. From the beginning to end, he was caught up in the vortex of his time. He witnessed, experienced, lost, and was powerless to change anything, and could only do his utmost to fend off the storm. He never left a single line. But regardless, this is a poet's way of writing about himself. I'm glad you feel that way, child. Whenever sending me to Casimir or arranging my appointment as Empress Voice, it was never because he thought the paths he chose for me were good. He simply saw me as a child and needed constant protection, a job at which he failed to excel. To be fair, he did not have the best dad mug, but he is not far from the worst of it. Also, there were definitely places for improvement. Then I presume you won't return me to Stormland either. In Casimir, I feel like a stranger. The bright neon lights, the noisy arenas, the prized battles, as well as the glory and honor, they were never a part of me. But when I returned to Stormland, to Zwillingstürme, that feeling went never away. To me, Lithinian is just candles and book that I have back in those dark nights. The marigolds in bloom everywhere also symbolize the parting. I've always been able to make my own choices. People can only truly face their own weakness when they have options. Herr Reiner, it's nothing. After Das Kaiserine Fest, you said you needed to inform your friends in Casimiri about your experience in Kreag. I already sent a letter. I should be receiving a reply soon. And after that, to the lighthouses, to where once they were. What? Just a line from a book I read when I was young. Allow me to bid you farewell. Liebewohl, Reiner. Liebewohl? I hope I spoke that right. Goodbye, Cora. Goodbye, Zwillingstürme. Frau Droste! Frau Droste, the Nerl you have been waiting for 2 weeks are finally here, just ahead of the crossing. That smile is so precious. Melinar. Madame Viviana Droste. Mr. Melinar, the Nerl family has received your correspondence. I just happened to be near Lithinian, so I came as soon as I could. In your letter you mentioned seeing and even touching a campaign knight sword spear with the Nerl family's crest. Tell me everything. So this is the melody of the present moment? Indeed. What you're hearing are all the emotions I'm feeling. It's no different from what I usually hear. The people of Zwillingstürme love you, after all, and you love them too. It has never changed. You were there too when I returned to reality from the Genesis horn. Perform the melody back then for me, Sancta. It's impossible. Oh? I cannot record the moment the tear rolled down your cheek, If it did not fall into the depths of your soul to bloom into fruition, then it's merely a drop of water impossible to retain, evaporated by the sun as it fell. Okay, I'm going to drink again. I see. The year of the spire was built as Collab gave a public lecture at the Lithuanian Academy of Arts. He claimed that the people born from arts lack an innate soul. There we go. Hold on. The very next day he received a transfer, a promotion normally impossible for him to obtain in his lifetime, becoming the Kaiserin attendant. Unfortunately, he passed just a year later from overworking himself in the depths of the spire, though he left behind a scholarly magnum opus before his death, overturning all of his previous opinions. Would you like to have a look at it, Sancta? The writing is mediocre, so I did not allow its publication, but the emotions contained are actually quite interesting. Are you planning to lock me up in your spire too? She is like, who let you in, Sancta? The Kaiser has not approved your audience. Bring him over. We have executed Frederico of the Lateran Notarial Hall. I have recently submitted several requests to the Empress Voices out for an audience. So you're the Lateran Saint. I'm here to recover the fugitive Arteria. Your sister has done many things in Lithuania. Former tuner Cora Lowenstein in the remnants of the Witch King. Cora? I'm not talking about that. The Ludwig's University case concluded long ago. The Kaiserin and Fist did go through some incident, but the final performance was satisfactory. I'm sure you have seen the whole thing, Her Saint. I hope Lithuania's might and magnificence will leave a deep impression upon you, even after you leave. So I'm to take your statement as such. Lithuania is prepared to refuse any production. Oh my god, but to be fair, it needs to be done. With Laterana over Arteria and her criminal offenses? Are you questioning my decision? He lifts his head and looks at the Empresses of Lithuania. Eviganda stands in the sunset afterglow, her long skirt infused with a warm gold, but behind her lies a long hallway compromised of shadows. He counts dozens of grass washers standing at the attention in silence, their swords resounding. Federico Giallo then moved just yet. Oh, the robot! I'm just a little machine. Some occasion you can also treat me like a messenger. And who do you belong? I belong to Laterano. Here's someone who wishes to speak with you, Empress of Lithuania. Oh, the Pope! No time, no see, Eviganda. Your Holiness. Your Majesty, Arteria Giala has been taken away. Yes, I saw. If you wish to keep her here, then we shall not let them leave so easy, even if the Pope himself, the Sixth, himself were to show up in person. Of course you wouldn't. However, that aging Pope has brought us a message. He said that disaster is imminent, and when the time comes, Laterano won't be the only nation affected. He hopes for Lithuania and Laterano to cooperate and overcome this crisis together. He's usually... Witch King said something similar. Within the chaos, right before the illusionary throne, he had created for himself. He said, hope is already lost, and eternity is no more. And then after that, I saw them with my own eyes, the enemy hibernating within the chaos. At one point, they came infamously close to our Lithuania. Give us the order and we will bring the Sancta back for you. No, not just her, we will do anything, no matter what the cost, whatever it takes to find a way to re-enter that chaotic space and bring Grimma back. Hildegard. In the final moments before the Genesis completely disintegrated, I raised my shield, protecting the twin spires with everyone beneath. But not her. What? Brand, watch this sunset with me. I asked her if she wanted to know why. If she wanted to ask why I let everything be, even though I know it would turn out as it did. Or did it to ask me why? I turned my back on her at the very last moment. But she didn't. She didn't even hesitate to do what she normally does, turning to face the enemy head on. As we passed each other, her final words were to wish that I could have the sunset as I wanted. Grandma is a great ruler. We will never forget her sacrifice and continue to fight for the Lithuanians' future. I know it is slow. So you made your decision too. Yes, Your Majesty. Good, Brand. Which king built a spire in that impossible chaos, naming it after the tower that has long since crumbled in reality. You declared that it would stand eternal. Therefore, I can achieve the same. No, I can surpass it even. I will keep the sunset for all eternity. It will build Lithuanian and everything that will belong to Lithuanian, in eternal grace. To be fair, there is like about Arturia going back to Laterano. There is something. There is an event, the 6th anniversary, with Laterano as its main focus. So I'm really curious what they're willing to do. There's no way Alicia can become a Lithuanian. Shouldn't you know that better than anyone else, having been here the longest? The Sarkas have always wandered this land. Us Liches has always been nomads of our people. We walk the land collecting and guarding knowledge. We protect our tradition from war and strife. So we leave the moment the place where it isn't stable anymore. And Lithuania is about to undergo some radical changes. Grandma stayed behind in the chaos, and so there's no one left to hold Eriganda back. Witch King, you damn culture. You ought to die 1,000 more deaths for the mess you left us. And feel like coming back to life again and wipe your own behind? Yeah, yeah, okay, fair. Unless he can be really more pain if you have his second, ending one, but like a second version of ending one. That is pain. An impossible feat, even if you were to say yes. And if such opportunity did exist, we should leave it to the more surprising youngsters anyways. Do you mean there is a chance for Grandma to have you come up with a way to enter Kriak? Easy now, it won't happen so soon. But the Witch King was right. The time of annihilation is nigh. Where will us Liches find our place when the entire land is beset by calamity? That's why we shouldn't bother. That's why we shouldn't bother ourselves with all the trouble. Our nomad days shall come to an end. Alright then, where to go next? Where else? Tell your new friends at Gazdel that the Lich King court. No, the court. Not the court. Tell them that the keepers of the Temple of Knowledge are preparing to return home. That's why we see them back at ES 5. And this is Laterano's god. The special correspondence with Erigana is over. I shared Laterano's caution once again, offered my hopes of advancing together with Lithuania. When the time comes, we will further analyze the incident in Zwillingstürme, according to the information brought back by Federico Giallo. It was clearly more than just a revolt instigated by the remnants of the Witch King. Perhaps what happened here was a harbinger of the disaster, much like the warning Laterano received. Eriganda, the only empress of Lithuania with a voice now. The way she spoke was appropriate enough, and her attitude sufficiently ambitious. I could even imagine her expressions. All within my expectations. The Lateran Declaration didn't really receive any practical response after the Summit of Nations. From the furthest coastline to the discern, the disaster remains a secret in many countries. Faith unites Lateran, while division has always been an everlasting blight upon this great land. But if we wait until the disaster connects all nations into one, it will be too late. We already have a vague outline of what we're facing, but we're still unable to deduce its source. Threat level maximum. Disaster unknown. Past simulation failed. Laterano synchronization outbreak. Laterano will accelerate the development of yet more emergency response mechanics. I need to reconfirm the list of suitable personnel. That settles the formalities. In accordance with the agreement between Laterano and Lithuania, the Empress Voice, and I will ensure that Arturo Chialo returns to Lithuania when necessary. The agreement has been confirmed. Phew. I guess this is goodbye for real. Michael, feel free to come find me anytime, whenever I'm in Laterano or on Rhodes Island. Ah, this is new, Akito. What is with the human touch in your words today? Human touch, as used as fake descriptor. I just have an intuition. This incident may not have been fully resolved. To be more precise, what we experienced was just the beginning. Anniversary, 6th anniversary. Good morning, Ren. Oh, you're here at last, Federico. The Empress let you go, but that does not mean I can immediately take you away. Firework, I assume. You heard Witch King. Final words within the chaos. What exactly did he tell you? Get in line. Everyone should know. Nobles, scholars, Witch King, remains, Eriganda. They're all guessing what exactly the Witch King legacy will be. Okay, I'm going to drink. Hold on, my nose is just clogging up right now. Might? Power? Knowledge? What do you think, Federico? All I saw was an enormous mass of shadows that didn't exist in reality. Witch King death 23 years ago was only a fact of the matter. No matter how many images he fabricated for himself, or how many words he spoke, they were simply echoes of the past. He may have failed to conquer death, but he did manage to carve all his emotion into the void itself. His complicity, frustration, loathing, regret, and his expressions. He said our genesis is also our end, and that our abilities are also our incompetence. The invasion of chaos is inevitable. The master of all existence will awaken. It's a difficult threat to decipher. Perhaps this is somehow related with His Holiness' attitude. He was the one who entrusted me with this mission to bring you back to Laterano. Arturo, you said at the amphitheater that you never left Laterano of your own accord. I freely admit the gaps in our laws, and the emotion may be supplementary force that we can use to help Laterano face this new threat, but it's indefinable and are bound to come with unknown risk. Therefore, I will increase my vigilance over you in order to determine the subject motivation and possible objective consequences of your action. Oh, come on! I.e., I will shoot to kill if I find anything suspicious. I am most grateful, your beautitude, for which you refine rationally, and you are my most suitable executioner. Ah. Oh my god, this is so beautiful. Alright, Federico. If you're not in a hurry to settle on your next journey, then take a look good at the sunset. This is the moment where Zwillingstürme reveals the pinnacle of its beauty. Such splendor and both fleeting and fragile. Soon, night will fall. Do you still remember the question you once asked me? Laterano seemed to stand eternally white and flawless, shining with an everlasting radiance. So where's the first place to light up when the sun goes down? Back then, I promised you that I would bring you the highest point in Laterano for a look. I know the answer. Oh? I went to the top of the Balisca when I met the Pope and received my sainthood. Whilst night falls in the city, the street of the right, Tower of the Revelation, will be the first to light up. I even looked into why that's the case. The Lateran office of the electrical management has an integrated program for the city's public energy grid. The area I mentioned belongs to this district where the Tower of Revelation is located. Outside, the operator at the management office is left-handed and has a mild case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. He starts from the leftmost switch on the control panel every day. The light starts from that street to the right to the Tower of Revelation, and then through the Notarial Hall and the firearm workshop in the Pegasus Macaron to the Sunset Chapel in the biggest Saint Marcel, and then all the way to the Chapelle Square. At night, the street light in Laterano illuminate the order. I should have expected as much. Your answer, as the most rational person I know, is also. And they look just as nice as they were before. I was going to tell you that I wasn't actually as frightened as you might have thought, back in that tiny room. Even constant darkness and silence cannot obstruct the feelings between two people. Of course, your findings aren't bad at all either. They remind me that my question does indeed have a definite answer somewhere out there. The light will turn on again. Even the halos in our heads have never gone out. Light is a constant, while darkness is temporary. As for emotion, grief and joy may happen only in certain moments of our lives, but we can always feel them all the time. They have never left us, like how the sunset have never truly left the sky. Whew. I hate those two maps already. I know. I missed like 1 point to buy a lexical. Let me catch a breather for a moment. Let's get clocking up. Oh, look at it. This is like the map. This is a story. It's a story towards the Twin Spires. That's actually quite cool made. I'm pretty sure this is the architecture map for the Twin Spires design. And all the different like sketches. And this one is just the spire itself. Oh, but there's like 8 stages, right? And I still need to do challenge modes. But I like the way they have like this as a sketch base for the design of the Twin Spires. Hold on. Sorry. How long have I been streaming? Hold on. I've been streaming for already 4.5 hours. Honestly, normally I would have played. Oh shoot, but my energy is like close to leveling up.
My family was murdered when I was still an acre. I always assumed the sea monsters did it. But I never expected to learn that it was all the handiwork of the acre.
Wait, how much coins do I miss? I missed 10k. Hold on. I'm going to change something special.
この部屋はすごく
This place still feels like home.
Okay, I missed like 3k. Hold on, I'm trying to find some smaller gold. I need to recruit. I'm trying to get good tech. We need to clear 2 stages. That's not possible. We can actually do the friend base. Yes, I really want to fix Perfumer's E2. There we go. And I'm also like due for a good sleep. No. Cannot afford to level up either. Honestly, I can afford. I'm committing a sin. I'm committing a sin.
いるじゃねえか、この左上の隅っこのとこ。そう、画面の左上。
There we go. Ethan, where are you? Ah, okay, we still can level up. Okay, I did not commit a sin. I did not commit. Although I might as well be committing sin. I have a compulsion disorder. Every time, except for E1 of course. But if I see like a 34 or 23, I will be livid. I will be livid. Except there's only one number I will accept, and that is 69. That's the only number I accept. As a non-10, 510. Oh my god, you're committing a sin. No, I cannot read that. I cannot read that part. 61 level? No. Okay, to be fair. I mean, at least they're max level. You cannot really chase about that. This one is also max. Okay, I'm planning to level Eyjafjalla. Okay, now, I mean, I'm close to it though. I mean, 64 is still a lot, but that means I'm getting close to level 90. In terms of levels, of course. Or I can actually save for someone else, I guess. I mean, I think I'm going to level every limited operator to level 90. So basically her and her. I still haven't finished anything of her. I feel bad. I mean, she was my first limited operator. Or either way, both of them came first, banner. Oh, speaking of which, then I need to level my Skadi. Okay. I don't think I'm getting a problem with this. Yeah, I mean, after this she is done. I only need to have a little bit more items. I have no idea where, but it should be fine. How am I supposed to spend energy without spending EXP? I mean, good thing your energy is only getting used after only after you done the level. So that means if you put your energy on the stage, you will not lose it until you finish it. Yeah, definitely 100% Skadi waifu. I mean, she is my she's definitely waifu material. Although except the seaborn combining part, I mean, you guys can, I mean, sure, I guess, combine into the dragon cult and have horrible tentacles. Whoopsie. But yeah, I think this is the best place to stop. I have enjoyed the gaming. Oh, by the way, Rin, you were talking that I was playing Repo on Monday. Yes, I did. I was under the name of Nyandai. That is my Steam account name. Yeah, it's kind of weird to say it like that, but yeah, that's my Steam account name. And I was like, I didn't want to have, I didn't want to like stream, you know, I just wanted to have fun since normally we had like movie night. I have movie night that day, but it got cancelled and it went to the another day. But after that, I wasn't expecting that people were streaming. I mean, I guess I should have expected that, but yeah, I was like there as well, playing Repo. I mean, he killed me quite a while, so letting him die was actually quite good. A good feeling. But yeah, thank you. I mean, I can't put... Come on. But to be fair, Skadi Alter together with Deep Color might be actually quite good combination. Because the tentacles cannot be healed, but she can... When she is like in there, she can heal those tentacles. It's kind of weird to say it like that, but you know what I mean. I definitely need to level her. It's going to take a long while. I don't want to level her. It's just making me so... I don't have so much LMD. I have like 3k. So yeah, I think I will let it by here. Yeah, I heard she needs to be solo in L&D, but before that I will find a package. You know, when they're announcing more packages, and they have a 5-star upgradable, then I will buy it for Proficio. Since I do not want to buy those LMD packs. Only did it once to get Lapland 90.
ここにずっと住んでますし、こういうクールでモダンな感じ好きよ。
How I missed the time I spent on this land ship. If only I could have stayed.
ロドスってマジで待遇がいいっすよね。揉めすぎなんか
Oh my god, Paprika, just get out of there.
住んでたとことは比べ物になんないっすから。ロドスってマジで待遇がいいっすよね。揉めすぎなんかじゃないって。ロドスの廊下は
There we go. I really wish that our base is getting, you know, bigger. I really hope they will change the base, as this is so not optimal working. I mean, I find really the look. One has one horn and short horn. This Teresa has the same thing. I mean, Civilized Eternal. Okay, I will say today goodbye. I hope it's not so sudden, but I streamed for a pretty long time. It's like 5 hours right now. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, I think this is a good ending. Since we finished the story whole time now, we can focus on pure damage dealing. Oof. Well, that's your problem. I have a computer for it. I maybe needed to clean my storage or thing, but it's not that hard. I can just place it into my hard drive. Oh yeah. Thank you for watching. I hope I will see you guys next time. If I mean, tomorrow I'm going to play all challenge modes. And the day after I'm going to play the SP things. So hopefully, thank you for watching, and hopefully I will see you guys all again next time. Bye bye. Thank you. Stay safe and stay healthy. 2025 is here, and we're almost halfway. So stay safe, everyone. Okay. Goodbye. Good night. Whatever you have. Until next time. Bye bye.